Yeah, so today's discussion will be on tax deduction at source and tax collection at source. So if you just take a glance of the entire material, we have so many sections, right? 192, 192A, 193, 194, 194A, 194B, many sections, my dear friends. We'll have to, of course, do all these things very much in depth. And we have the TDS sections, so many, you see. So should I remember the number if possible? Yes, otherwise it's okay, no problem. But at least the main ones we should remember. Your 194J, I, C, all those things have to be remembered. Apart from that, other things are okay. And of course, we have TCS 206. So 206 TCS also provisions are there. In Finance Act 2025, I repeat, in Finance Act 2025, Nirmala Madam has made quite a few changes in TCS, right? So she has removed certain provisions. So I will tell you what has changed, in the sense which section has changed, so that all those provisions last time ever can come only in May 25, November 25, and all those things. Okay, because see, not only should we see what are the amendments in Finance Act 24, we should also understand what are the changes in Finance Act 25. We should not discuss what the changes are. We should just know what has changed, which section has changed. That's all. Because if we sit and analyze what all has changed, etc., then it will create confusion. So we just should know, okay, this section has been removed, this section has been changed, so that we know, okay, last time ever that institute can give is now May and November. Institute has a very sadistic mindset. If something is going, no, that only they'll ask. Oh, this is going. I want to ask this. They cannot keep quiet otherwise. Okay. So for the institute, what should we do? We should see what is going and what has gone. And in Finance Act 24 also, there have been quite a few changes with respect to the rates. With respect to the rates, they have made some changes. So that rates also we need to clearly understand and decide and discuss. Right. So let's see one by one. So what do you mean by TDS? As you already know, guys, if for example, I am a professional, right, and the now I'll be getting payment for the classes, right? So let us say, just an example, they are paying me 1 lakh rupees, correct? So the VKK is paying me 1 lakh rupees to me, PJ. The thing is, Nirmala Madam says, ultimately, who is the person who is going to pay tax? That is me. I am actually the SSC. This is my earning 1 lakh rupees. I have to pay tax. But instead of that, what they are telling is, by the time money comes to me, I put it in my bank account and then I show it in my income, and by the time I pay tax, it is going to be a lot of time. So TDS is a advanced way of collecting tax by deducting at the source itself, and the source is when VKK gives me that 1 lakh. So the burden or the responsibility is thrust on VKK. The burden or responsibility is thrust on VKK to deduct the payment. So when VKK is making the payment to me, they will deduct, let's say, under 194J 10% and make the payment to me 90,000. So VKK here is called as the deductor because they are deducting the tax. And VKK is also called as the payer because they are paying the TDS on my behalf. VKK is called as the deductor and VKK is called as the payer. They are paying the tax to me. They are deducting the tax to me. Whereas me, that is PJ, I am called as the deductee or I am called as the payee. So the relationship between deductor and deductee or payer and payee goes a long way, and there are multiple services and goods, sale of goods or services for which I have to deduct TDS. So this chapter covers all those areas where I need to deduct TDS and certain other provisions which have come. All those things we need to discuss. So General rule, whenever I'm deducting TDS, I should collect the PAN of the other person. Now VKK will collect my PAN. If I don't furnish the PAN, then the lawmaker says that whatever rate is given, for example, the relationship between me and VKK now is 194J, professional services, right? So I have to first of all give my PAN. If I don't give my PAN, then they can deduct at either the 10% or 20%, whichever is higher. What is the rate? 10%. What is the other one? 20%. 10% or 20%, whichever is higher. Which is higher? 20%. So PAN is very, very important. And when is the payment? What is the when is the time that you deduct TDS? It is either at the date of credit or payment, whichever is earlier. It is either at the time of credit or payment, whichever is earlier. So when VKK can make a entry saying that faculty payment account debtor to PJ to TDS payable, the moment you put that credit entry in the books, it is the time when it becomes payable for them. Or when they actually make the payment, whichever is earlier, right? So they may actually, push the entry in February. They may pay to me in March, April, or whatever it is. But on the other hand, if they make the payment if they put the credit entry in February and immediately pay, whenever it is credit or payment, whichever is earlier, TDS is payable. Whether you pay the real money, 90,000, whether VKK pays to me or not is immaterial. I repeat, 90,000, whether VKK pays to me is immaterial. What is material is that 10,000 has to be remitted to Nirmala Madam immediately on receipt, on payment or credit. On payment or credit. So the moment they have passed an entry, faculty, CA final faculty expense account debtor to PJ to TDS payable. CA final faculty expenses 1 lakh to debtors to PJ 90,000 to TDS payable 10,000. That's it. Whether they make that payment PJ to bank, that is immaterial. TDS to bank should happen according to the timelines. Otherwise VKK will be called as SSE in default, deadly. VKK will be called as SSE in default and penalty, interest, etc. will be levied. Right? So TDS and TCS, 100% question will come either in MCQ or in adjustments or both. Right? So the main areas are already that we have seen. Apart from that, the fringe areas are also very important. You know, the fringe areas are also very important because this regularly keep asking in the exam. So for example, clubbing will come for 2 marks. TDS can come for 4 marks, 2 plus 2, like that. So like that, if you keep on adding these fringe areas, 2 marks, 2 marks, 2 marks, it will amount to almost 10 marks, right? So we cannot ignore all these areas. Apart from your assessment of AOP, BOI, business trust, charitable trust, that all definitely is important. Then capital gains, PGBP, assessment procedure, yes. But these fringe areas also we should not ignore. Generally, people only study the main areas and go. But questions will come from these fringe areas only. And 2 marks, if we keep losing, gone then. Correct? Yes. So tax is very easy, guys. Please do not have any preconceived notion that tax is difficult. It's a very easy subject. So it's just that you need to break it down. We have to follow the Britishers this way, divide and rule. So we have divided everything into various chapters, sub-chapters, right? DT, international taxation. It's quite simple. I understand it is voluminous, no doubt, but if you break it down and study, it's quite very simple. So we have already finished so many chapters. Where is the difficulty? You have done everything. You have read also. You have read. Whatever we did and whatever you read is the same. Correct? That's why, we were reading together also. Why? And I'm sitting here only while you are reading. Why? Because it's very important to know that what is done in class and what is there in the book should not be different. You shouldn't be surprised in the examination what some other thing has come. Everything should be studied. Okay? Yeah. Of course, few like 5-6 marks bouncer will come in every subject. In DT also 4-5 marks bouncer will come. That is normal. Nothing can be done. But at least 94-95 marks should be smooth sailing. Everything will be. So 4-5 marks always something random thing they will give. So that nothing can be done in every single subject. It is a normal thing. 4 to 5 marks you can discount. 4 to 5 marks is God for God. But 90-95 marks definitely will be smooth sailing. So for that only we are studying. And then if you maximize your percentage there, 60-70% accuracy, there ends the matter. 60 plus guaranteed. So it is quite simple. It is high scoring. Just need to look at it that way and remove the fear that you have for DT. Many people have that fear. Oh, DT is very difficult. I cannot study. Please remove the fear, right? And today is a wonderful day to remove that fear. Yes or no? Yes, guys. Okay. So, as I told you, TDS is always paid on what? Credit basis or payment basis? Except few things where it is done on the payment basis only. General rule, credit or payment, whichever is earlier. General rule, credit or payment, whichever is earlier, except a few things which is done only on payment basis, like salary, right? Winnings from lottery, dividend, life insurance, maturity amount, compulsory acquisition of land. So when I compulsory acquire the land, and the government will give you the compensation. So is it on credit or payment basis or only payment basis? So obviously, whenever they are making the payment, they have to deduct TDS. Similarly, when the life insurance company is giving you the maturity amount, when they are making the payment to you, they have to deduct TDS. Winnings from lottery, horse race, all those things, dividend, salary, all these things you should do what? Only at the time when you are making the payment, you have to deduct the TDS. TDS is always deducted at a flat rate, my dear friends. 20%, 10%, 2%, 5%, like that. There's nothing, no TDS is 7.25%, 6.757%, like that. It's not there. It is a fixed percentage. And no surcharge and no cess need to be collected. Even if you are Virat Kohli, under 194J, 10% only, though he has to pay surcharge. Even if it is me, 10%. Even if it is you, 10%. Once you become a chartered accountant, if VKK hires you for teaching or any consulting assignment, 194J will be 10% only. Even if Virat Kohli is called for and he is paid some professional charges, it will be 10% only. There is no cess, no surcharge added. But if you have hired Matthew Hayden from Australia, if you have hired Wasim Akram from Pakistan, and you are making the payment to him here, because you have hired from professional services, you have hired him. In that be the case, you are a non-resident. That time, what do you think? Will you have to deduct surcharge and cess also? Yes. Yes. Why? Because he is a non-resident. If you are supposed to deduct surcharge, cess, etc., and all put together, you have to deduct 1 lakh, but you have deducted only 90,000. That extra 10,000 you never will be able to recover from that guy because he will go away. Matthew Hayden will come do anything, something in Mangaluru for the students of VKK, and then he'll leave. After that, where will you go catch him? That's why for non-residents, you should deduct surcharge and cess. Sir, what about salary, sir? Yes, if you are a salaried employee, then also surcharge, cess, everything should be deducted, and only then TDS has to be deducted, only after considering surcharge and cess. After considering surcharge and cess. So TDS always at a flat rate, no surcharge, no cess, exception would be the salary. So that is the interesting part of TDS. So on that note, let us discuss, guys, $192. Who is the payer? This 192 is what? TDS on salary. 192 is TDS on salary. Who is the payer? Employer is the payer. Who is the payee? Employee is the payee, obviously. Employee could be resident, employee could be non-resident. If you are and for both employees, resident and non-resident, have to deduct surcharge and cess also. If you are earning some 1.5 2 crore per annum, then you have to deduct that also. No second thought about it. What will be the rate? Slab rate. What will be the rate that you do? Slab rate. Then Employee has to give the detail. What slab rate, guys? Obviously, each employee I should go to him and say, sir, what is your salary package? I know your package, all these things. Sir, can you give me some other information also, sir? What information do you need? Sir, do you have any income from house property? Yes, please give me, sir. Sir, do you have any loss from house property where you are paying interest? When you pay interest on loan taken to buy a house, that interest, and if you have a self-occupied or a let-out property, for self-occupied you can take up to 2 lakhs deduction, and for let-out property you can take any amount. Sir, is there any loss from house property? Yes, sir. Sir, please give me, I need to consider. Sir, is there any what do you say, profit from house property, income from house property? Yes, sir. Please give me, sir. Sir, what are the other things that you are doing, sir? Do you have any dividend income? Do you have any interest income? Please give me everything, sir. Income from other sources. I will give you loss from other sources. Sir, loss from other sources and all is not possible now, sir, because loss from other sources used to happen when you used to take a loan to buy shares and you used to claim interest. You used to claim some salary to accountant and all those things, and used to make loss from other sources. Now it's not possible. Please give me only income from other sources. Because now we have seen for dividend income, etc., it is only possible how much? 20% of the dividend income only. To that extent only you can give the expense. 80% is anyway taxable. So there is no scene of loss from other sources, sir. Kindly give me income from other sources. Okay, sir, your salary is this much, your house property is this much, your IFOS is this much, add everything. And I will compute the slab rate. After computing, I'll give you the standard deduction. Under the old regime 50,000, new regime 75,000. Old regime 50,000, new regime 75,000. Sir, I have given this. Old regime 50, new regime 75. Giving everything, sir. I will compute the tax, sir. I will compute the tax. And after computing the tax, I will give you what? The entire tax structure. Sir, your tax you have to pay 5,36,400 in the entire year. I will divide it by 12. And every month I will deduct this much tax from you when I am paying salary. That's all. So this calculation will be done at the beginning of the year itself. Total amount you will take divided by 12, and every month you will deduct some portion of the tax. That is all there is to it. Sir, I will add surcharge, I will add cess, everything I will add, and then only divided by 12. Very, very simple. Now, what if you are working in more than one company? Moonlighting it is called. Moonlighting is illegal. When you are working in a company, you cannot work in another company unless they allow. What if you are working part-time in two companies and it's allowed? Then will you calculate TDS in both the companies? Yes. Company number one would have taken into consideration your standard deduction, and they would have taken into consideration your basic exemption limit of 3 lakh. Can it again be done in the second company? No. It is always per SSC. It is not per SSC per company. So if in one income you have already deducted, in the other income that comes under the on top of it, right? You cannot again deduct your basic exemption limit, etc. So you need to inform both the companies. Please do it in only one company. Only then it will be fine. Otherwise, I will have to end up paying more tax in the end. I have to pay advance tax, self-assessment tax and all that. To avoid all that, I can say, sir, you consider my basic exemption limit, you don't consider. Similarly, if I also work for 6 months and then leave the job and join on a new job, there also same dialogue. First company would have already considered my standard deduction. First company would have already considered my basic exemption limit. Will it apply in the second company? No. Double deduction, why will I give? If I give double deduction, then it's a problem. That is one part of the story. So 6 months salary here, 6 months salary there, calculate separately. In the first company, give basic exemption limit. Second company, nothing. Hope you are getting the point, my dear friends. Right? So there is it. Sir, what about I am getting some non-monetary perquisite. I'm getting some non-monetary perquisite on which I will not pay tax. For example, 7 lakh is my salary, 2 lakh is my non-monetary perquisite, total 9 lakh, and let's say in the old regime, standard deduction is 50,000, 8.5 lakh. Tax on that in the old regime, let's assume 85,800. So 85,800 is on the entire 8.5 lakh. But I am telling, sir, that 2 lakh I will not pay the tax on that perquisite, sir. That is not mine. Company only will bear. We had seen in PGBP, any tax on non-monetary perquisite paid by the company would be disallowed. So I have to compute like this. For 8,50,000, I would have paid, I am paying a tax of 85,800. But I am not paying tax on 2 lakh. What is 2 lakh? Non-monetary perquisite. I am not paying tax on that. For 8,50,000, I am paying 85,800. But for 2 lakh, I am not paying. So 85,800 to 2 lakh by 8,50,000, 20,188 rupees. I will not pay the tax. It is borne by the company. So for the company, they will pay from their pocket. And that is disallowed for the employer. So 20,188 is disallowed for the employer. So they will add back to their profit and they'll anyway pay tax on that. When they have already paid tax on that, should employee also pay tax on 20,188 or should he pay 20,188? No. So for employee, 20,188 will be exempt under 1010 CC. So employee will calculate 85,800. Basically, company only will do. Company will calculate 85,800. They will subtract 20,188 because that 20,188 is now being paid by the company. So this is what they'll do. 85,800 minus 20,188. Ultimately, they will get what? 65,612. Then divided by 12. 5468 is the TDS every month that they will deduct. Very, very simple. Hope you understood, guys. Very simple. Got it? Then people were again cheating. They were claiming HRA left, right, and center, guys. HRA and all they were doing. And government realized that you didn't even have a house. You were living with your parents. And there was a rental agreement between parent and son, parent and daughter, whereby the son was paying some money to the father as rent. They knew that it was all cheating. So now they made a change that you now have to give the name, address, and PAN of the landlord also. If the annual rent exceeds 1 lakh, then I need to know whether what HRA you are claiming is correct or not. Similarly, interest on borrowed capital, etc., all that completion certificate and a certificate from the bank is needed. And all these will be carried, everything, all the TDS portion will come under your 26 AS anyway. And if you are also getting profits in lieu of salary, perquisites, then there's a separate form called Form 12BA that will be given. Otherwise, you anyway have your Form 16. All these things will come. So, should, let's say, you're an employee, right? You're earning interest, you're earning dividend, you're earning interest on various securities. On all these things, separate section, there is TDS. Of course, you're earning salary also. So when I'm computing everything, I will add everything minus TDS. I will add all the income minus I will do TDS and only on the balance divided by 12 I do. We know this. Only on the balance I will do divided by 12. We know that. Interesting to know. Let's say the employee has bought a car. If employee buys a car on his own expense, more than 10 lakh rupees, anybody buys a car, TCS is applicable, guys. You have to pay tax collected at source. Employee has gone abroad. He has spent more than 7 lakh rupees. If it is for education or if it is for simple travel, for enjoyment, more than 7 lakh rupees, 20% TCS will be collected. We'll see all that. Now he has done all these things. This also is amounting to, let's say, 3 lakh rupees he has paid. Now the question was, when the company is computing all this, right? So at the beginning of the year, I'll tell, yeah, I have to go abroad. I need 10 lakh rupees. I have to take the US dollars 10 lakh rupees. Up to 7 lakh, no problem. I'm hiring a tour package guy and I've already decided this is where I'm going and the amount is 10 lakh rupees. So which means for 7 lakh rupees, no problem. Remaining 3 lakh rupees, I have to pay 20%. That is 60,000 I have to pay. I will tell all this to the employer. As per the law earlier, they said you calculate all the income and subtract only TDS. There was no provision for subtraction of TCS. Unnecessarily, cash flow used to get restricted. Imagine, for employee, he has to deduct TCS. I mean, he will anyway pay TCS. And TCS is not a deduction. TCS is like GST, it's collection. So if I pay 10 lakh for the tour package, they will also charge extra 60,000 TCS. So I have to pay 10 lakh 60,000. This 60,000 I can claim as a refund later, no problem. So when they are computing TDS in the earlier law, before 2024, they used to add all these income and subtract only TDS. Then divided by 12. Employees went and told, sir, but what about this TCS? That also I have paid. No, deduct that also, no. And then divide by 12. Anyway, if you don't deduct also, I have to claim refund later. What's the point of doing it? Government said, no, all that we can't do. Then lot of litigation, everything happened. So in Finance Act 24, there has been an amendment. Insertion of 192 2B, where they have told not just credit of TDS, but also credit of TCS should be given, guys. Not only credit of TDS, but also TCS must be given. Where any assessee who receives any income chargeable under salaries in addition to income chargeable under any other head, any tax deducted or collected has been added, should be taken into account. And they have given the rationale also behind that. So once in an adjustment, they asked, if I receive some tips in a hotel, tips they give, no? In a 5-star hotel, they give tips worth 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, all those things. Tips when they are giving, is it also salary? In the exam, they have asked many times. Important. Tips collected from the hotel, etc. Is it like salary? Should I deduct TDS on that? No. Basically, in all these 5-star hotels, tips, etc. will be, there's a tip box. When you open the tips box, some 5 lakh rupees is there. 5 lakh will be distributed around 50 employees, 500 employees. When I'm adding that to the salary, should I deduct TDS was the question. In ITC hotels, they said no. Got it, guys? Hope you understood. So next is 192 capital A. 192 capital A. That is payment of accumulated balance due to any employee. What is it? Let me see. We have two types of contribution in the recognized provident fund account. One is called employer's contribution. One more is called employee's contribution. Employer's contribution up to 12% of salary, it is exempt. But if it goes beyond 12% of salary, it will be taxable in the hands of the employee. On the other hand, if employee is contributing, it is definitely taxable, but you will get a deduction under section 80C of the Act. RPF, yes, and then interest on PF though, interest on PF. Up to 9.5% per annum, it is exempt, whereas any excess that you give would be taxable. All that is okay. Every time you have to pay tax. But the question is, lump sum payment at the end if you are getting. On retirement, you will get some lump sum payment. That lump sum payment, is it taxable or exempt is the question. That lump sum payment that you receive, because every year you are depositing something, employer is giving, employee is giving, employer up to 12% of salary is exempt, employee you are keeping on giving and again. Anything above that will be taxable. Lump sum received on retirement though, is it exempt under 1011? Yes, but you have to follow certain conditions. What are the conditions? Employee should have left the job only after 5 years. So guys, you should keep the amount in the PF account for at least 5 years. If it is not there, whatever you withdraw will be exempt. Whatever you withdraw will be taxable, sorry. So 5 years you keep exempt. Less than 5 years, taxable. Then employee left the job before completing 5 years of service only. One is what? Employee left the job after 5 years of service. One more is what? Employee left the job before completing 5 years of service. It could be because of ill health. It can be because of closure of business, whatever it is. So one is employee left the job after 5 years, then no problem. Within 5 years, taxable. Second is employee left the job before 5 years, but because of ill health. So you should produce a medical certificate. Or business only closed down. Then you will get the exemption. So basically till 5 years you cannot touch. Within 5 years if you are touching, it should be because of ill health or closure of business. Third one, even if you are leaving the job, no problem. Within 5 years, nobody is asking you to stay in one company for 5 years. You join a new company. In the new company, you should transfer to RPF account. New RPF account in the new company. So the old company which you are working as an RPF account, and you shift to a new company, so that balance of that old company should be shifted to new company, and then that old plus new together should be 5 years. That's all. If these conditions are not satisfied, then it is taxable. Now, why I am doing this is very simple. 192 capital A says, assuming these conditions are not satisfied, let's say within 5 years you have an emergency, you need to withdraw your money from PF. The PF department is making payment to you, and they are making payment to you. Will they deduct TDS? Yes. Will the PF department deduct TDS if these conditions are followed? No. If you have completed 5 years and then withdrawing, no TDS. If you are an employee who is living within 5 years only because of ill health, no TDS. Or if you are an employee who is living within 5 years but because of the business got closed down, no TDS. You are transferring money from that PF to some other PF maintained by new company, no TDS. If the conditions are not followed, only then TDS will come. That is 192A. How much? 10%. TDS is required at time of payment only. Only on what? Taxable premature withdrawal. Amount must be more than 50,000. So it is taxable premature withdrawal for more than 50,000. 10% will be deducted. So that was 192 capital A. 192 done, 192A done, and the new section 192 to be done. 192 1C is the ESOP. That's later. 193 interest on securities. Interest on securities. So who is this person covered? Any person who is giving interest. Pay is a resident person only. What is the rate? 10%. So what do you mean by security, my dear friends? Security means central government or state government, whatever they give. Government bonds, central government bonds, state government bonds, central government shares, all these things. Interest on debentures or other securities. Central government bonds, state government bonds, and any debenture, not central government, state government, any debenture. But no TDS in the following cases. MCQ questions can come. Public company giving interest on debenture to individual or HF, and the interest amount is less than or equal to 5,000, and they have to give it by check. This is very important to remember. Public company giving interest on debenture to resident individual or HF, and the interest on debenture, it should be less than or equal to 5,000. It should be by check. If they say public company is giving 4,000 rupees, resident individual, interest on debenture by cash, TDS will come. If they say public company is giving to non-resident individual or HF 4,000 rupees interest on debenture by check, TDS will come because it's non-resident. If they say public company is giving interest on debenture 4,000 rupees by check to a company, one more company had invested in debentures, to other company they are giving, one company to other company, TDS will come. Then MCQ they will play around with you. In MCQ they will play around with you for sure. So you have to be alert in this area. In MCQ they can ask anything, guys. Then MCQ these areas only they play around. That's why I'm giving you examples as to what questions would have come before also, how they play around with you. Right? And any amount paid to LIC, GIC, insurance company, etc. not covered. Demat security means listed debentures not covered, listed bonds not covered, no TDS. Then this 54 EC bonds, that is Power Finance Corporation Limited and Indian Railways Finance Corporation Limited. When you invest in them and they give you interest, no TDS. Any government security issued by central government or state government, any government security, any interest that you are getting on the government security, no TDS. Except 4 items that we need to remember, 3 items actually. 8% savings bond and 7.75% savings bond, and the new thing has come, floating rate savings bond. So general rule, any security of central government, state government, no TDS. But in the following 3 cases, if the interest exceeds 10,000 rupees, then TDS will come. 8% savings bond, 7.75% savings bond, and floating rate savings bond in 2020. This is an amendment, Finance Act 24, important. Correct. So Finance Act 24, floating rate savings bond 2020. That's about it. Other things are fine. That is what? Interest on security. Interest on security. Got it, guys? That was regarding 193, guys. Next, 194. 194 is what? TDS on dividend. Right? So 193 is TDS on interest, 194 is TDS on dividend. So domestic company is the payer obviously, and they are paying to a resident shareholder. Rate is 10%, and always remember under 206 AA, if you do not furnish the PAN, it will be 20%. Correct? Now, in this particular thing, one more MCQ point that they can ask you would be, if the dividend is less than or equal to 5,000 rupees paid to an individual, It should have been paid through the bank account, no cash payment, then no TDS. Dividend must be less than or equal to 5,000, no TDS. So generally, I buy one share in each company so that I can get, what do you say, AGM notices and all those things. So for me, when they are paying dividend, I get sometimes 3 rupees, 10 rupees, 12 rupees dividend. Will they deduct TDS on 12 rupees, 10%? No. So dividend should be less than or equal to 5,000 paid to an individual, no cash payment. Okay, so they may confuse you by telling dividend they paid 4,900 rupees to X Limited through bank account. You will tell no TDS and come wrong answer. It's only for an individual. And no TDS of dividend which is paid to any LIC, GIC, business trust and all those things. All the important points I'm telling, that's all. Apart from that, and foreign company also has to follow, make prescribed arrangements when they are paying dividend and all those things. Got it, guys? Simple. Wherever it is simple, we can finish it off fast. Wherever it requires in-depth analysis, we can see that. No doubt about it. And this dividend will also include, if you remember, we had discussed the deemed dividend concept. 222 A, B, C, D, E, F. 222A is for what? Distribution of assets. 222B, it is distribution of other than assets, means I'm giving you debentures, etc. 222C, liquidation. 222D, internal reconstruction. 222DE, 222E, loan or advance given to a shareholder who has substantial interest in the company. And then 222F, buyback taxation. Buyback taxation also, dividend under 194 will come. You had run the chart, please see buyback taxation chart. Dividend under 194 will come. Okay? Yes. So guys, 194 is done. Now what we'll discuss? 194 capital A. Interest other than interest on securities. Interest other than interest on securities. So dividend is 194. Interest other than interest on securities. So guys, interest on securities is 193 if you remember. This is interest other than interest on securities. Means what? It could be savings bank interest. It could be FD interest. It could be recurring deposit interest. But this section clearly says savings bank interest is not covered. I mean, generally when I use the word interest other than interest on securities, it will be that only, no? Savings bank interest, FD interest, RD interest. But the section specifically says SB interest is not covered. So it will be your other interest, FD interest, RD interest, all those things. So could it also be interest on any loan given? Yes, because that's not interest on securities. A money lender gives you loan. Money lender gives you loan. And you have to pay him interest. If you are paying him interest, should you deduct TDS? What do you think? Interest other than interest on securities. So guys, that we need to understand one thing. Who is the payer? Any person other than individual HF. But big payer is also covered. Who's a big payer? A person whose turnover exceeds 1 CR in case of business or 50 lakhs in case of profession. So you need to make a separate chart. You need to make a separate chart for what? Big payer. So I'll just write here only big payer. Who is a big payer? Who is an individual or HF. What is it? Turnover exceeds 1 CR in case of business. or gross receipts exceed 50 lakh in case of profession. Turnover is more than 1 CR in case of business, or gross receipts is more than 50 lakh in case of profession. He is called as a big payer. So in many areas this will come. So the first area would be 194A. It will come in many places. I need to know this. After separately write down. Interest other than interest on securities. Interest other than interest on security. So payer, guys, payer. Whoever is paying the interest, he also should deduct tax. Pay will be resident person. Pay will be resident person. So it could be what all? Savings bank interest, FD, RD, term deposit, whatever it is. So savings bank up to 50,000 all, no TDS, and even the old people will get deduction under 80 TTA, TTB and all that. We'll see that later. But anyway, so basically guys, see all these things. How much is it? 10% at the time of payment. Payer of such interest is banking company, cooperative society or post office, then up to 40,000 per annum. 40,000 per annum, no TDS, which means if your recurring deposit interest, fixed deposit interest, term deposit interest is 40,000 rupees per annum, no TDS. Similarly, if another payer will be what? Individual, for example, or it could be a company also, whoever it is, then 5,000 rupees per annum. Then 5,000 rupees per annum. Banking company, cooperative banks, post office. Then you have NBFC and all. No, NBFC will come in others, because NBFC is not a banking company as such. It is a non-banking finance company. So finance companies will come in other payer, other things. So, or other payer can also be that individual, no, big payer. He also can be this. How much is it? 5,000 rupees. 5,000 rupees. In case pay is a senior citizen, then it is 50,000 rupees. Instead of 40, it will become 50. So basically, guys, no TDS in the following cases: bank, cooperative society, post office, less than or equal to 40,000 rupees per. Now, the one question was, if ICICI Bank, I have 4 branches: Malleshwaram, Jayanagar, Whitefield. Recurring deposit in Malleshwaram, recurring deposit interest is 15K, Jayanagar 20,000, Whitefield 7,000. Overall put together, let's say resident 42,000. On the other hand, Mr. A has in HDFC Bank 15,000, ICICI Bank 15,000, HSBC Bank 15,000, all put together more than 40,000. No TDS. It is not what do you say, all banks put together. It is per bank. But in bank, is it per branch? No, all branches put together. So in this case, Malleshwaram branch, Jayanagar branch, Whitefield branch, all 3 put together is 42,000. Will it be taken into account? Yes. It is per bank, not per branch. Mind you, it is per bank and not per branch. So bank, cooperative society, post office, less than or equal to 40,000 rupees per bank. And this one is less than or equal to 50,000 rupees per bank. Resident, senior citizen. Other cases, 5,000. And I already told you, savings bank interest is absolutely no TDS irrespective of any amount. No TDS. So savings bank interest is not covered. Next, firm. Firm is giving to a partner interest on capital, interest on advance, whatever it is, no TDS under section 194A. But the new section has come, 194T. Under 194T, 10% has to be discussed. This is an amendment. 194T when we come, we'll see. So when a firm is making to a partner Any payment with respect to interest on capital, interest on advances, interest on whatever it is, then there is absolutely no TDS under 194A, but it will come under 194T. Interest paid to bank, cooperative society, financial corporation, insurance company, UTI, no TDS, which means what? If you are making a payment to the bank for the loan taken, home loan, housing loan, bank has given you housing loan, you are making payment to the bank, housing loan, no TDS. I am a big payer. Big payer means let's say Virat Kohli. I am Virat Kohli. Turnover more than 1 CR. The other one, gross assets more than 50 lakhs. I am making payment to the bank because I have taken a loan. Should you deduct TDS? No. Correct? So, any loan taken from a bank when you are making a payment, whoever is making the payment, no TDS. I hope you are understanding these small points. When a minor is there and his parents are deceased, TDS will be in the hands of the minor. For example, Batman. Batman was a minor. His parents died. Yes or no? So TDS will be in the hands of the minor only. Correct? Just for fun. Interest paid by income tax department on income tax refund. Superb. Income tax refund got delayed. Nirmala madam gives you interest. On that, when they are paying you interest, will there be TDS? No. That interest only they will not pay properly. Where will they deduct TDS and pay you? Otherwise, Nirmala madam will be SSC in default. How awesome will that be? Right? So, this is an interesting section of 194 capital A, important. In this, we have got introduced to a new concept called big payer. Got introduced to new concept called big payer. Yes or no? Yes. So, big payer separate chart we need to maintain. So, that is regarding 194 capital A. 194 done, 194A done. So, we have started from 192, then 192A, 193, 194, 194A. Come to 194B. 194B is what? Lottery crossword. Lottery or crossword puzzle. So this would also, lottery crossword puzzle, will it also include online game? No, because from 1st April 2023, there is a separate section for online game. It is called 194BA. So this is only for lottery or crossword puzzle. And BB also we'll see. BB is also similar. BA will come to it. BB is for horse races. Percentage etc. is all, everything is the same. So I can do B and BB together. 194B is for lottery and crossword. 194BB is for horse race. Online gaming is 194BA. Right? Online gaming is different. That is 194BA. Just like guys. Anyway, so payer or payee is any person. Rate is 30% only if the winning is more than 10,000. Less than 10,000, no TDS. If payee is a resident, then no cess. If payee is a non-resident, and obviously as I told you, surcharge and cess both have to be paid. And this is only on payment basis, not on payment or credit, whichever is earlier. Now, if there's a guy called Mr. Arvind who wins a 1 crore car, he wins a BMW car worth 1 crore. TDS has to be deducted. So the car company, when they are giving the car to him, they have to deduct TDS and give. How will they deduct TDS? Car they are giving in kind. Can Arvind say, sir, tire you take? You give me the rest of them, tires you take, sir. No. Right? So in this case, Arvind has no choice but to pay the TDS amount. Either the car company will bear the TDS, which means it will be for them, it will be 1 crore plus 30 lakhs. Or the car company will bear the TDS, which means it will be 1 crore plus 30 lakhs. Or the car company will bear the TDS, which means it will be 1 crore plus 30 lakhs. Or the car company will bear the TDS, which means it will be 1 crore plus 30 lakhs. or they will not do that. Or Arvind has to pay 30 lakh rupees from his pocket and then take the car, TDS. Then if you are a punter, punter means what? Who's betting on the horses. And you have, like say, 4 horses. Talkative, non-silent, noisy, ladies man. All these horse names are very funny generally. Talkative, non-silent, noisy, ladies man, 4 horses you have. Right? So there's a win and there's a loss. So you win 40, you lose 13,000. You win 11,000 in this, you lose in one other game. So what should you do? Total winnings is 1,73,000, total losses 34,000. Should I do 1,73,000 minus 34,000 and then TDS? No, the horse race company, the owner of the race horses, or the, like for example, Bangalore Turf Club is there. Mangaluru Turf Club also will be there. The turf club, when they are giving you the money, they will subtract 1,73,000 and 34 and give you the deduct TDS and then give, or is it deducted on 1,73,000 rupees is the question. So very simple. 1,73,000 minus 34,000, total winnings is 1,39,000. Will it be on gross winnings or net winnings? It will be on gross winnings. So guys, TDS will be deducted at 30% on 1,73,000 rupees and not on 1,39,000 rupees. MCQ question they can ask. So what is the final amount that you are getting? 87,100. So this also is the same. 194B lottery crossword. 194BB is for horse racing. Winnings from horse race is 194BB. Same, no change. Similarly, this also. Crossword and lottery 194B. And they also had a doubt that should it be like I won 5,000 rupees in one lottery, 5,000 in another lottery, 3,000 in one lottery, 4,000 in one lottery, like that. Some 7 lotteries I won, all put together is coming up to 1 lakh. Should TDS be deducted? Answer is, earlier it was no, but again in Finance Act 23 they said aggregate winning must be more than 10,000. Aggregate winning must be more than 10,000 rupees. Alright guys. So yeah. 194B is done and BB as well. Check this one. 194BA. Winnings from online games. Winnings from online games. So here again payer is any, there are a lot of online games. You have online rummy, hold'em, poker, so many things. Many people were losing a lot of money in these online games. Your Dream 11, IPL. So in this case, who's the payer? Any person. Pay also any person. What is the nature of income? Any income by way of winnings from any online game will be the nature of income here. 30% on the net winnings. Interesting point to note, it is on the net winnings in the user account. Correct? So whenever he is withdrawing the amount, at the time of that withdrawal, that winnings will be deducted. And remaining amount of net winnings. So all these nonsense they have given, I'll explain it in a very simple way so that it's easier for you. So it's just the entire thing. So guys, very simple. See, first of all, the difference between the two. 194B and BB, that is horse race, and 194BA, which is online gaming. TDS, both the rates 30%. See, TDS is one charge. Charge is what? How much income tax is payable. For example, for an individual, highest slab rate is 30%. But under 194J, what is the TDS rate? 10%. So both are not matching, right? Eventually, I'll have to pay extra. That is self-assessment tax or anything, advanced tax I have to pay. But as regards online gaming and horse races are concerned, tax rate is also 30%. Tax rate is also 30%. And what do you say? The TDS is also 30%. So TDS is under 194B and BB and BA, whereas the charge is under 115BB in this thing and 115BBJ in case of online gaming. So charge is 115BB, 115 BBJ, whereas the TDS rate is 30% in both the cases. Charging rate, the tax rate is also same and the TDS rate is also same, so that there is no extra money that you need to pay if you win through any gaming. Applicability, as discussed under 194B and BB, single or aggregate winning more than 10,000 rupees. Whereas in 194B online gaming, it is any amount. Any amount more than 100 rupees. 100 rupees discount, guys. More than 100, single or aggregate it is. When it should be deducted? At the time of payment only. Whereas 194BA, you should deduct at the time of net winning at the end of the financial year or previous year, or net winning during the previous year whenever I do the withdrawal. Either if I don't withdraw only, at the end of the year, what is the net winning? Net winning means what, guys? Investment I would have made 1 lakh. I would have earned 4 lakh. Overall balance is 4 lakh. So 4 minus 1, 3 lakh is the net winning. On the other hand, net winning during the previous year also, whenever there is any withdrawal. So I invested 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh, it has become 50,000, I withdrew. Then again I put that money, those things. So the gist of the story is very simple. In the credit side, I will, point number A is what? Aggregate withdrawal. D is closing balance. B is non-taxable deposit. So I will give you a deposit also, no? Some deposit will be there, and C will be opening balance. So whatever I take into account, C will be 0, opening balance will be 0. And let's say the B, that is the deposit is 2 lakh. Aggregate withdrawal, I would have withdrawn 4 lakh. And then finally balance will be 1 lakh. So ultimately what should I take, guys? Very simple. A plus D minus B plus C. A plus D minus B plus C. So what is withdrawal? 4 plus 1, 5 lakh minus B plus C is the deposit and the opening balance 3 lakh. So ultimately my net winning will be 3 lakh only, no? I deposited how much? 2 lakh. Opening balance 0. Now I want to withdraw this amount. 4 lakh I want to withdraw. Closing balance is 1. So overall it is 5. But I put in only 2. Overall 5. Obviously winning will be 3. So I will pay it on winnings. So let's say I make the first withdrawal of 2 lakhs, assume. So C is equal to 0. Opening balance is 0. Then B, non-taxable deposit is 2 lakh. The non-taxable deposit, when I put the money, why will it be taxable? I've already paid tax on that. No, when I put in my money, yes. So then this is the net winning at the end of the year, 3 lakh. But what if I withdraw first? A, that is the withdrawal. I have withdrawn only 3 lakhs. So what is the net winning? 3 minus 2, 1 lakh. So on 14th October 2024, I will pay. I am supposed to pay. I am withdrawing 3 lakh. So the online gaming company will pay how much? 3 lakh minus 30% of 1 lakh, 2,70,000 rupees to me. I am making a second withdrawal. Opening balance is still 0. Second withdrawal I am making, guys. But I have also put one deposit. 2 lakh I had already put. 2 lakh I had put on 1st April. 4 lakh I am putting on 15 December. And withdrawal, remember, 3 lakh withdrawal already happened on 14th October. One more withdrawal I am making on 1st February 2025. So what is the scene now? What is the scene now? Total withdrawal, that is 7 plus 3 minus B plus C plus earlier withdrawal, guys. B plus C plus E, earlier withdrawal. What is B plus C? Current, whatever the amount is there. 4 plus 2, 6 lakh is there now. Plus earlier withdrawal. I have already made an earlier withdrawal of 3 lakh. That also I should subtract now, obviously. Because this 10 includes 3. I have to remove that 3. So ultimately, now for subsequent withdrawal, how much will it be? 10 minus 9. So 1 lakh. On 1 lakh, I have to pay tax. So on 1/2/2025, payout will be 7 lakh minus 1 lakh into 30%. Because only on the net withdrawal, 6,70,000 is what I need to pay out after deducting tax of 1 lakh. This is the concept of net withdrawal. So if you see all this nonsense, same thing they have given. Same thing they have given. Entire thing, if you read also, same thing. Valuation in kind, obviously to take the money before. Very simple, guys. Whatever I did now, just remember that and go more than sufficient. So that was regarding 194B, BB and BA. We'll come to 194C shortly. So next is, I will write D. Then we can see G. So D and G. So D is insurance commission. D is what? Insurance commission. All your some of your relatives will be insurance agents, right? So life insurance policy, etc. They'll be doing. So that time, if the insurance company will pay some money to them, and the commission is more than 15,000, and the insurance company will reduce 5%. Reduce 5%. And if it is G, G is what? Lottery tickets. G is also lottery tickets. Sale of lottery tickets. So same. This is commission they will get. Lottery agent will get commission. So 194D is life insurance commission. 194D is life insurance commission. D for death, you can remember. Life insurance. Once you die, they'll not be hoping that you will die because they'll keep getting commission every year. Right? D. And then on the other hand, 194G. G for good luck. With your good luck, you will get some lottery tickets. But anyway, when you are selling the lottery ticket, the lottery agency will pay commission to the lottery agent. Right? In Kerala, every third or fourth shop is a lottery shop. So there, same thing. In both the scenarios, guys, it used to be 5%. Now things have changed. It has been reduced to 2% with effect from 1st April 25, which is nothing but 1st April 24. This 25 is your assessment year. So from previous year, 1st April 24, it has been reduced. So that is one more change. Whereas here it is same thing. Mind you, this is from 1st April 25. Whereas this, on the other hand, is 1st October 24, 194G. It may get too confusing to remember the dates. You can just say it has been reduced from 5% to 2%. So 194D and G, payer is any person, pay is this thing, rate is 5%. Now what? Reduced to 2% as per Finance Act 2024. In both the cases, insurance commission must be more than 15,000 rupees. It must be more than 15,000 rupees. Right? D and G. And there's one more section, basically 194E. What is that? That is, payer is any person, payee will be non-resident. Sportsman, athlete, entertainer, and sports association. Sportsman means is not a citizen of India. If it's citizen of India, it will come under 194J. Non-resident sportsman, like IPL players, any athlete, any entertainer. Entertainer will be your, what do you say, cheerleader also, non-resident cheerleader. Or a sports association, England Cricket Board. There when I'm making a payment, no, directly 20.8% is it. 20.8% I need to pay. That's a simple section, 194 is just for your knowledge. That's all. Anyway, guys, so this is 194D and 194G. So 194D is death. 194G is sale of lottery tickets. 194E is, I told you, non-resident person. 194EE is a National Savings Scheme account, NSS. So there, if the amount is deducted, sum paid out of NSS is 80cc, does not exceed 2,500, then no TDS. Otherwise, TDS is just a National Savings Scheme, 10% you have to deduct. Simple section. Then 194H is got, guys, this is 194H is also commission or brokerage. H is also commission or brokerage. This would be what, for example, for real estate brokers. So H you can think of as house. For real estate brokers, this commission. See, commission is of three types. Commission under 194D, D for death. That is insurance commission. 194G, G for good luck. Then 194H, H is for house, other commission. Other commission is covered here. This also is reduced to 2%. So 194H, any person other than individual HF, payee will be resident person, rate is 5%. Pay rate is 5%. And guys, here, that big payer is also there. A big payer is also there. Means If Virat Kohli hires you to sell his house, if Virat Kohli hires you to sell his house, and you sell his house, and he has to pay you, he has to pay you what? Is he a big payer? Yes, because gross receipts is 1 crore from business and from profession it is 50 lakhs. So does he have to pay you commission? Yes. When he's paying you commission, should he deduct TDS? Yes, he has to deduct TDS under 194H. Payment of commission or brokerage, 194H has to be done. So it will be for services rendered, for selling or buying and selling of goods, or any transaction related to assets not being securities. So this will not include share broker. It will include everybody else. Same 5% reduced to 2%. Rate is, yeah, it is now 2% anyway. PAN if you don't give 20%. And again, there will be no commission. There will be no payment if it is commission paid to BSNL or MTNL. Guys, remember there used to be these PCOs, yellow color telephones. So that commission is paid by BSNL or MTNL for you to have PCOs. That commission, there is no TDS. And if the commission is less than 15,000, again no TDS, right? Now point number 4, we will discuss that later after 194C. Point number 4 will be after 194C. RBI also sometimes gives some commission called turnover commission. Only on that also there is no TDS. Apart from that, TDS is there. And big pair is also covered. So go to our chart where we are writing all the big pairs. Remember, big pair. There. Second one, 194H. Commission on brokerage is also covered. So after finishing all the other provisions like now 194H, this part still yet to be discussed, guys. Let's come to 194C, very, very important section, 194C. So 194C. 194C is what? There is a contractee, payer or deductor. Basically, guys, 194C is if you enter into a contract with somebody else. Contract of sale of goods or services, if you enter into a contract. When it comes to professional services, it come under 194J. But normal contract, it will come under 194C. So enter into a contract, correct? So basically, any contract that you enter into, it will be under 194C. Any person. So basically, who's the payer? Any person. But here also, my dear friends, you have the big person also. You have the big player in 194C. 194C is TDS on contractors. Payer, any person other than individual or HF, but big payer is also there. Who's the big payer? Same, more than 1 CR, more than 50 lakhs. So third one, if you write in this chart that we were writing, my dear friends. Remember we were writing one chart. There. Third one will be 194C. TDS on contractors. They are also covered. Right? Who is the payer? Any person other than individual or HF. Who is the payee? Any resident person. Who is the payee? Any resident person. So what all is covered here? Contractor, contractee. Basically, when the contractor is making the payment to the contractee, contractor will make payment or contractee will make payment? Guys, think about it. Contractee will make payment to the contractor, right? I have hired a contractor to build my office. So let's say my company has hired a contractor to build an office. He builds. I have to pay him. When I'm paying, I'll have to deduct the TDS. So guys, the deductor or the payer or the will be the contractee, whereas the deductee or the payee will be the contractor. I hope you understood. So if the contractor has given me services worth so and so or goods worth so and so, when I am making the payment, I have to deduct TDS. Payer will be any person other than individual HF plus specified person, Virat Kohli type guy. Payee will be any resident person. Payee will be any resident person. Who is the payee here? Payee is the contractor. Payee is the contractor. What is the rate? Rate for individual and HF. For individual and HF, it is 1%. For others, it is 2%. So, payee is whom? The contractor. If the contractor is an individual and HF, 1%. If the payee, that is the contractor, is a company, then 2%. Understand, guys? Company is hiring one more company, 2%. Virat Kohli is hiring another company, 2%. Virat Kohli is hiring an individual, 1%. Virat Kohli is hiring a company, 2%. I hope you understood. Payee is the contractor. Payer also can be individual, but a specified individual. TDS to be deducted what amount? Single contract more than 30,000, you have to deduct TDS. Or in the aggregate in a financial year, if it is more than 1 lakh, then you have to deduct TDS. Single contract more than 30,000, TDS has to be deducted. Aggregate contract more than 1 lakh rupees, TDS has to be deducted. Right? So the contractor is getting payment 40,000, 60,000, 85,000 overall. For 40,000, no, should I deduct TDS? Yes. No, let me take another example. 40 individual payment, 20 individual payment, 25 individual payment, 25 individual payment. For 40, should I deduct TDS? Yes. Next, for next payment of 20, no. 25, no. Why? Because it's not crossing 1 lakh. But if you see next 20 payment, 40, 20, 25, 20, overall is 1 lakh. Should I deduct TDS? Yes. On the full 1 lakh 5,000, I should deduct TDS on the last day. So very simple. Single contract more than 30,000, TDS. Aggregate contract more than 1 lakh, TDS. As simple as that. Right? So 24/8/24, 29,000, no TDS. 14th October 24, 26,000, no TDS. 17 December 24, 24,000, no TDS. But the last day, 2nd February 25, 28,000 I am doing. It's crossing 1 lakh 7,000. Yes, 1 lakh 7,000 is crossing 1 lakh. So full on 1 lakh 7,000, 1%. If the contractor is an individual, 2% if the contractor is a company or other than individual HF. Got it? On the other hand, they made different payments. 30,000, 37,000, 20,000, 20,000. They make 30,000, nothing. 37,000, yes. How much? 1% of 37,000 contract value, 370 rupees. Next 20,000, no. One more 20,000, you add everything, it's coming out to 1 lakh 7,000. So I should make 1% of 1 lakh 7,000. That comes up to 1070. But in that 1070, I've already paid 370. So I have to pay how much? 700 rupees. Obviously, right? The entire year is, I have to only deduct 1070. Of which, I have already deducted 370 rupees. So how much will I deduct? 700 plus 370 rupees. So I need to check whether the deductor, payer or contractee may be an individual or HF or maybe others. Deductor, contractee. If is others, very simple. Contract amount per contract more than 30,000, aggregate more than 1 lakh. Now, if you are Virat Kohli, means what? Big contractor. Big contractee, big contractee. Big payer. 194C has one dialogue. 194C says the section will not apply. 194C has one simple dialogue, guys. Let me just show you that quickly. You need to see it to understand what I'm trying to tell. Virat Kohli has to deduct TDS, yes or no? Yes. But there is one small dialogue. See? No individual or HF, that is Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli will not be liable to deduct tax on the sum credited or paid to the account of contractor if it is paid exclusively for personal purposes. Virat Kohli hires a contractor to build his office, TDS deductible. Virat Kohli hires a designer to design his home, personal purpose, TDS is not deductible, even though the payer is Virat Kohli. Hope you understood. So for personal purposes, 194C will not come. For personal purposes, 194C will not come. But see this dialogue. I wanted to track those payments also. So 194M was inserted. Wherever 194C will not come, 194M will come. If the payment is more than 50 lakh rupees. So Virat Kohli is hiring somebody to pay for his house and is paying 60 lakh rupees for the interior, whatever it is, then TDS is applicable. The gist of the story is, if turnover is less than or equal to 1 CR, business, or less than or equal to 50 lakh, profession, no TDS irrespective of the contract amount. However, if payment for personal purposes is more than 50 lakh per annum, then 194M will come at 5%. And interestingly, it has been shifted to 2% from 1st October 2024. On the other hand, if the turnover is greater than 1 CR or gross receipts is 50 lakh, 194C gets triggered. This is for Virat Kohli. Guys, even if the turnover is less than 1 crore also, for non-Virat Kohli people also, 194M comes. 194M wants to track those people who generally are not liable to pay TDS but are ending up spending 50 lakh rupees. I repeat, 194M is a section which tracks those people who are generally not liable to deduct TDS but are spending more than 50 lakh rupees. So if Virat Kohli is doing it on his personal purpose, 194C will not come. Or if any random person is doing on a personal level or official level, 194C will not come for him. But if the amount crosses 50 lakh, deadly, 194M will come. So that's why even if you are not Virat Kohli, but if you are still spending more than 50 lakh, 194M will come. And if you happen to be Virat Kohli and you are doing for personal purposes, if the amount is less than 50 lakh, 194C also won't come, 194M also will not come. But if the moment, even if for personal purpose you are going beyond 50 lakh, 194C will not come, 194M will come, 5%, and then it becomes 2%. On the other hand, official purpose, if you are using normal guys, single payment in financial year 30,000, aggregate payment more than 1 lakh, 194C will come. At 1% if the contractor is an individual, 2% if the contractor is a other than individual. Very, very simple. Perfect. So that is regarding that part of the 194C as to applicability. Then we haven't even discussed now what is 194C. That is what we're going to do now. Okay. So 194C will include what? Contract of work, labor. Will it include service also? Service, whether it is professional service, technical service, managerial service, it's all covered under 194J. So whenever service is involved, 194C will not come, 194J will not come. And also, if any work is defined in 194J, then 194J will come, 194C will not come. Because 194J also has in certain cases the concept of, what do you say, work. Concept of work, even there they have it. So if 194J constitutes work, then 194C doesn't constitute work. So if you see page X13, there is an amendment in Finance Act 24. So any sum referred to in 194J does not constitute work for the purpose of TDS under 194C. So if it's defined here clearly, follow 194C. If it's already done in 194C, no need to go to 194J. That is the question. Right? So work, labor, service, professional, technical, managerial, 194C will not come, 194J will come. As far as work and labor is concerned, what all is covered? Advertisement is covered. Advertisement will include broadcasting and telecasting. Cold storage facility is covered, 194C. So guys, if I enter into a contract with an advertisement agency, that will include the broadcasting and telecasting of the entire deal. Then cold storage facility under 194C will be covered. Carriage of goods or passengers other than railways. Any payment made to Indian Railways, no TDS. But if I am carrying goods and passengers, yes, 194C will come. Catering, 194C will come. Transport of gas or petrol, 194C will come. Or manufacture of a product according to the client's requirement, 194C will come. As far as advertisement is concerned, if there is a Netflix original or a Prime original, right? If Netflix original, Prime original, and all you would have seen. Netflix only is a producer. They have hired a director and they will produce script, story, screenplay, everything. Will 194C come? Yes. 194J come? Yes. Because 194J they'll hire producer, directors and all that. Will 194C come? Yes. Contract. On the other hand, if Netflix buys an entire series already which is made, like RRR, they have bought the Hindi rights, then that's an outright sale. It is not a contract at all. I have purchased the rights for the movie. So in Netflix, there are two types. Netflix buys other movies and Netflix produces its own show. 194C and 194J will come. Hope you got the point. Carriage. Carriage also, guys, carriage of goods or passengers other than railways. So interesting to know, if you are an individual owning less than 10 trucks and you have made a declaration that it is less than 10 trucks and you have furnished your PAN. If all the three conditions are there, then guys, there is no TDS. And mind you, if the amount is less than 35,000, TDS also will not come and you can pay that amount in cash also. Why? 40A3 also won't get attracted. So as far as transport is concerned, goods carriage, I have to see three conditions where there is no TDS. What are three conditions? Owning less than 10 trucks, declaration, PAN. Irrespective of the amount, no TDS. And no 40A3 disallowance also if the amount is less than or equal to 35,000. Other than goods carriage, guys, it only talks about payment of transport of goods or passengers. And this benefit of owning 10 trucks declaration PAN is only for transport of goods. But if it's transport of passengers, like other than goods carriage, ship, airways, school bus, 194C will come. You need to understand that. And no 40A3 benefit also for other than goods carriage. Only for goods carriage you have 40A3 benefit and no TDS also. Understood? Manufacturing of a product. If I am manufacturing a product, the person only is supplying if the customer only is supplying the goods, if the invoice has given the material separately, TDS will be only on the work. If I have given you a gold, a jewel, a unpolished jewel, I have given it to you and asked you to do the work on it. You have given me the bill for only the work, then TDS will be on that. But if I give you the gold worth 10 lakhs and you give me a bill which is of 15 lakhs, in which 5 is the work and 10 lakh is the gold amount already included in that, then guys, TDS will be on the full amount. Nobody will be so stupid to do that, no, on the full amount. They'll indicate it separately. But the law is clarifying. If you add everything and give, TDS will be on the full amount. If you give it separately, it will only be on the work portion. But what if the goods are supplied by any third party? That's an outright sale. I go to Tanishq and buy a jewelry. Directly when I'm seeing one thing, I like that ring, I buy it. That's it. 194C will not come only. Why? It's a sale. Correct? When I go to Tanishq and say I want this particular new customized design, they will get it done from somebody, no? Then they will charge 194C to that other guy. That's a different thing. For me, I want that design, I'll buy it. Over. Chapter close. But if I give my own old jewel and tell them this is this thing, you please change the entire design here. This is my grandmother's design. I don't like it. Little bit you change the design. Then guys, and that jewel is worth some 10 lakhs. Then on the work I will do 4 lakh work on it. Only on the 4 lakh TDS will be there. So what were people doing to avoid TDS? I used to go to one company and say, I need 10,000 uniforms for my staff. Now, if I directly buy from you, it is sale, no TDS. But now I say, I will only supply the cloth to you. Now, if I supply cloth to you, and then you have to make and give it to me, I have to deduct TDS. To avoid TDS, what people were doing? I'll come to you and say, I want 10,000 uniforms for my employees. But the material I will not supply, my sister concern will supply. When sister concern was supplying, the SSE was taking a stand that materials are not supplied by me, supplied by somebody else. Since it is supplied by somebody else, it's an outright sale. Imagine. One is I go and say I want this uniform, chapter close. Or if I supply the material and you make the uniform and give me, on the work portion I have to deduct TDS, chapter close. Here I don't want to do either. I want to show it as a sale but by cheating. How will I show it as a sale? I'll come to you and say I want 10,000 uniforms. Sir, material, don't worry, you will get it from somebody else. And that somebody else happens to be my subsidiary company or my sister concern. That relative definition under 48(2). Then cheating, no. Then when you are when I'm giving the money to you, I would not have deducted TDS. And when the assessing officer asked me, I said, no, boss, it is not, material is not supplied by me, supplied by somebody else. Cheating. Hence, they made a change in Finance Act 2020. Even if it is supplied by associate of the customer, as defined in 48(2), it is deemed to be supplied by customer only. Pay TDS. Deduct TDS, sorry. Deduct TDS. That is regarding manufacture of a product. Then gas or petroleum for that matter. Like Indian Oil Corporation has a fleet of lorries. When I make the gas is produced and it is given now to all the factories which need the gas for their own businesses. Then if the lorries are owned by Indian Oil Corporation only, then the entire gas till it reaches the customer, it is a sale. On the other hand, if the third party lorries are hired by the SSE, then when Indian Oil Corporation is making payment to the lorry agency, 194C has to be deducted because it is transport of goods, yes, but that lorry agency is not owning less than 10 lorries. Lorry agency is owning some 100 lorries. Indian Oil Corporation only will need some 20-30 lorries. So 194C will come. It depends. If I only own the vehicle, why 194C? Hey, you go and give the gas there to the factory and come. Say, sale. But if it is hired by the SSE, then 194C will come. Right? Then cold storage also same thing. Travel agents, etc., whatever payment, yes. Advertisement contracts, payment to Doordarshan, carrying and forwarding agent. Sir, what about, is that also manufacture of a product? If I am into FM broadcasting, telecasting, that is also manufacture of a product, deadly. Then you see that 194G, one point we missed out, no? Remember here. Now you see, you'll understand. So I will hire a advertising agency, right? I will hire advertising agency. So VKK will hire an advertising agency to advertise about VKK across the coastal area of Karnataka, coastal belt of Karnataka and across Karnataka. When they're hiring an ad agency, guys, 194C only, no? Yes. Now they'll give a budget. 20 lakh is the budget. Advertising agency will say, sir, but in that my fee is 2 lakh rupees. Okay. Then budget will be 18 lakh. No problem. They will retain that 2 lakh. 194C, that is the work that you did. Now the ad agency will now distribute that 18 lakh among various TV channel, newspaper, companies, media and all those things. Is this 194H, is there commission or brokerage? That was the question. Answer is no. It is not commission on brokerage. Because it is principal to principal basis. Advertising agency is hired, these TV agencies and all, to do the needful. It's principal to principal. They are not my agent. If they are my agent, then commission will come. Principal to principal basis. So no 194H. Got it, guys? Very, very simple. So that is 194C overall. 194C, and then we saw this 194H also, whereby this extra point was there. We have understood that. Come to 194DA. 194DA is what? Life insurance premium. This is not life insurance premium exactly. This is payment in respect of life insurance policy. Maturity amount when they are giving you, no? Maturity amount when they are giving you. Is it taxable? So basically this section will come whenever the life insurance is taken and they are making maturity amount payment to you. So if you have invested, this is a thing where exemption at 1010D will come, means if the exemption under 1010D is coming, which is tax free, then you will not be, no TDS will be deducted. But if 1010D is not coming, then TDS will be. In capital gain, we have already discussed what is the 1010D. In that ULIP and all, we have already discussed. Right. So if those things are coming, where exemption is there, then no TDS. But if exemption is not there, TDS will come. So if I invest every year 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh for 10 years, 10 lakh, and in the end I am getting 15 lakhs, the company was actually deducting TDS on 20 lakhs or 15 lakhs. Like every year 1 lakh I am going for 10 years, and you will give me how much? 15 lakh rupees. TDS was deducted on 15 lakhs before. Then these people went to the court and said, sir, but the income only is 5 lakh. No. Investment is 10 lakh. You are giving me 15 lakh. 5 lakh is the income comprised therein. So they changed the law now. Now it's fine. It is 5% of the income comprised therein. This 5% is now reduced to 2% from Finance Act 2024. So 194DA, wherever 1010D comes, 194DA will not come. No TDS if the payment is less than 1 lakh. That also is there. And TDS is now 5% of income comprised therein, that is maturity minus premium. 194 DA will come in the following circumstances, that is scheme and insurance policy, all cases. As an employee, you'll get it at salary. As a consultant, you'll get PGVP, and as other cases, you'll get IFOS, already discussed. Other than scheme and insurance policy, if policy is taken before 1/4/2012, if premium is more than 20% of the sum assured is 1 crore, premium is coming up to more than 20 lakhs, then definitely yes. If it is done after 1/4/2012, the 20% was reduced to 10%. If premium is more than 10% of the sum assured is 1 crore, premium you are paying more than 10 lakh rupees, that's it. There ends the matter, 194 DA will come. And if disabled person after 1/4/2013, if premium is more than 15% of the sum assured, 15% of the sum assured, then this particular section will come. Very, very simple. Simple provision 194 DA. 194 DA. This is the thing. In these cases, 194 DA will come. That is 194 DA. Now let us go to 194 I. 194 I, very important section, TDS on rent. TDS on rent. Same scene, any person other than individual, but big shot also. Virat Kohli is covered here again. So go to our chart, or whatever you written it down. There you go. And let's write down fourth one, 194 I rent. Payer is any person other than individual or HF, but individual turnover more than 1 CR, gross receipts professional more than 50 lakh, TDS will be deducted. Payer any person other than individual HF, yes. Payee resident person. Rent, what all is covered, guys? For building, land and both, land or building or both, and furnitures and fittings, 10% TDS. For plant and machinery and equipment, 2%. And aggregate amount is how much? In per annum, if you spend more than 2,40,000 rupees. In an annum, if you spend more than 2,40,000 rupees, then this will come. Building, land, both, furniture, fittings, 10%. Plant and machinery and equipment, 2%. Payer, any person other than individual HF. Payee, resident person. Rent, adjustment in exam. These are all the adjustments that can come in the exam. When you speak about rent, they can ask you lease, sublease, tenancy, arrangement, tenancy, agreement, whatever. Even sublease is covered under this section. And for example, if you are paying a rent of 2 lakhs and you'll add GST also 36,000, 2,36,000, TDS will be including GST or excluding GST? Always excluding GST. 10% should be done on 20,000, 2 lakh. So 2,36,000 minus 20,000, 2,16,000 is what we need to see. So lease, sublease, tenancy, agreement, tenancy arrangement, yes. Second part, any maintenance charges that has to be adjusted. Basically, there also, even maintenance, what people used to do now, very chalu fellows. Until 2,40,000 is the aggregate, right? Less than 2,40,000, there is no TDS. So they used to keep rent at 2,30,000, maintenance 2 lakh they used to keep. Then they said no, maintenance charge is also included in the entire definition of rent. Municipal taxes. If municipal tax is paid by the tenant, no TDS. But if municipal taxes is paid by the owner and included in the rentals, then 194 I will come, CBDT. Right? Municipal taxes paid by the tenant, no TDS. Municipal taxes paid by the owner and included in the rentals, then obviously 194 I will come. Who will deduct tax here? Tenant is going to deduct TDS and then give the money to the owner. CBDT has clarified. Warehousing charges, my dear friends. Warehousing. Cold storage we already saw in 194C. Hence 194I it will not come. But normal warehouse to store books or to store garments, etc., 194I will come. So if I am hiring a warehouse to store my goods, then 194I will come. Partly hired building, partly hired land, 194I will come, guys, because it says any land or building, 194I will come for sure. Now, if I pay any advance rent for example, 3 years, I paid an advance rent 18 lakh for 3 years. Right now only I paid off. TDS is 1.8 lakh. Now this 1.8 lakh, can I claim in the first year only, or it will be apportioned across 3 years? It will be obviously apportioned across 3 years at 60,000 rupees per year. Then if I am a joint owner, mind you, rent is 3 lakhs. If I am a joint owner, 1.5 lakh, 1.5 lakh is there separately. So it is 2,40,000 not per building, it is 2,40,000 per owner. So if the rent is around 4 lakh, I can split in 2 lakh, 2 lakh. Rent is around 2 lakh, 2 lakh, and split, no problem, no TDS. Deposit, obviously every person will take an advance, no deposit they will take. If they take a non-refundable deposit, if they take, guys, it's deemed to be rent. If I say, please give me 10 months non-refundable deposit, it's deemed to be rent only. On the other hand, if they take refundable deposit, if they take interest bearing deposit, then 194I will not come, 194A will come, because it will becomes interest on securities. Otherwise, interest on deposits. Otherwise, non-interest bearing deposit means no TDS. So any deposit, mostly all companies or everybody will take only non-interest bearing deposit only, no TDS. Then guys, airport and mall, there will be food court, lounge, etc. There 194I will come. Food court, lounge, 194I will come. If I hire food court for my restaurant, if I hire the lounge services, entire lounge, the plaza premium lounge, so many lounges are there. So they will be paying the airports authority some amount, 194I will come. Next. The airline should pay landing charges, parking charges, everything to Airports Authority of India. Was it rent of land? This went to Japan Airlines. Will 194I come at 10%, or is it just a contract under 194C at 2%? Landing charges, parking charges, which the airline has to pay to the Airports Authority of India. Supreme Court analyzed this case and they told rent is very small part of the entire deal. Because when you are using the Airports Authority of India, you are first of all, yes, paying the landing charges, etc. Apart from that, you are using air traffic control services, safety services, aeronautical communication services, navigational services, runway maintenance. So it is all part of the contract with Airports Authority of India. 194C will come, 194I will not come. Then airlines will charge something called cute charges. What are these cute charges? Cutely they will take money from you. What is that? Common user terminal equipment fee. Common user terminal equipment fee. That's called a passenger service fee. When you go to the airport, that metal detecting machine will be there, escalator will be there, conveyor belt will be there for your luggage, water and toilet facility will be there. Jet Airways, it went to the High Court. And along with the CBDT circular, they said it is not 194I again, it is 194C. It is what? 194C. Then, you have a house, the terrace you have given it off on rent to put one tower, telephone tower, you have given it to some company. Now, their owner is given a part of the house or terrace to install what? Mobile tower under 194I. Telecom tower. That is directly 194I, no doubt about it. But let's say Indus Towers are doing this. But guys, Indus Towers have installed this and they are giving rent to the owner. No problem. But interestingly, Indus Tower is now renting it out to Reliance, renting it out to Airtel. They are telling you don't install your own tower, you use my tower only for rent. No. Is this 194I or 194C was the question. The government said, the court said, it is called passive infrastructure facility. According to the SSC, it should be 194C 2%. According to the AO, it is 194I 10%. 194C because it is rent of building, rent of other rent. Delhi High Court said no, it is rent of machinery. It will come under 194I at 2%. The SSC was telling 194C 2%. AO was telling 194I 10% because it's rent of land, not of other rent. The Delhi High Court said it is called as passive infrastructure facility, which comes under 194I, which is at 2%. Long-term lease. Any upfront payment to do on long-term lease, guys, it is not rent, no TDS. 20-year lease, 30-year lease I take, it is not TDS. It is not this particular section. Hotel accommodation, guys. So let's say I am coming to Mangalore regularly. So VKK has given 2 rooms. For 8 months at fixed rate, they have fixed at a hotel. I will pay you for 2 rooms, 8 months continuously, whether they come or not, I'll pay you. Fixed rate, 194I, because it's regularly hired. On the other hand, if they say, whenever the faculty comes, give discounted rate for me, then there is no 194I because it is not a regularly hired deal. Advertisement, hoarding, billboard, etc. When I have launched, if I made a deal with the owner, then it's an advertising contract, 194C. If I do subletting, then it is 194I. You own the entire billboard. I go to you and say, please give me this billboard. I will rent it out, 194C, advertising contract, already saw. On the other hand, that is owned by somebody. You have rented it out. You are subletting it to me. Then it is 194I. If I hire a self-hire car, like Zoom car, DriveZ, self-driven car, self-driven without driver, then it is 194I. But if I hire Ola, cab or any other taxi with driver, an agency, then it is 194C. All these are decided case laws. All this will come as examples. Very, very important, my dear friends. This is about 194I. Yes, guys. So 194I we are done. Yes, I hope till here absolutely no doubt. Let's move on now. 194IA. So you see 194DA, this was also done. All this was done. 194C. 194I also was over, and now we move on to 194IA. So guys, this one now. Now if you, once you become a CA, this section 100% you will follow because you are going to buy a house. All of us are from middle class families, correct? All of us were from middle class families. And the 2 dreams of any middle class is what? One to own your own car and one to have your own home, right? So even if you have your own home, you will feel like, no, I want to buy from my own money, hard-earned money. So no. So 194IA, 194IA is if you are buying an immovable property other than agricultural land, then if you're buying a house in the future for more than 50 lakh rupees, then you have to deduct TDS. The best part is you have to deduct TDS. Even if you're an individual, normal individual also, not Virat Kohli, normal individual also, if you are buying a house to the builder, you have to deduct TDS. And if the amount of the house is more than 50 lakh rupees. Now what people were doing, the stamp duty value was 55 lakh rupees, but they were paying 45 lakh rupees and then paying 10 lakh cash. 45 lakh through bank account, 10 lakh through cash, and then they were telling no, TDS will not apply. So they changed that law also. They said it is sale consideration or SDV, either of the two. Sale consideration or SDV, if it is more than or equal to 50 lakh rupees, then TDS will come at 1%. So you can't play around with it. If the stamp duty value is 50 lakh rupees or consideration is 50 lakh rupees, either of the two, then TDS will be charged at 1%. Under 194IA, TDS will be charged at 1%. Right? Yes. Now, property will be what? Immovable property. Now, this section will apply to what, guys? Very simple. If the payer and the seller is the payee. Buyer, if you are non-resident, seller is also non-resident, income tax act will not come. Buyer is a resident, but seller is a non-resident. So 195 will come. This section will only come if the seller is a resident. Seller of the house, that is the builder, for example, must be a resident. right? So if the buyer can be non-resident or resident, I don't care. Seller must be a resident. So when you are paying money to him, so even if you are abroad, when you are paying money to the seller, one part should go to Nirmala madam, one part should go to the seller. Makes sense. Because if it is buyer is resident, seller is non-resident, 195 will come. Buyer and seller both non-resident, income tax act only will not come. Why will it come? Some guy from USA sold house to some guy in Australia. Why will Nirmala auntie wake up? Yes or no? Yes. So Nirmala madam will be like, no, it is not applicable. Only applicable when seller is a resident. Now, what is the TDS component here? 1% of higher of what? Check this. 1% of higher of SDV and consideration. Excuse me. 1% of higher of SDV or I told you because people were cheating. They were making it 45, 47, 48 lakhs bank account, 3 lakhs cash, not allowed. Yes. And guys, very interesting to know, property can be in India or property can be abroad also, I don't care. So if there is any consent is taken, consent if it is free means what? I'll go and say that I want to sell the property, buy the property, whatever it is. Then consent if it is free, then 194, excuse me. If the consent is free, then 194 IA will come, guys. But if it is a compulsory acquisition of immovable property, if the consent is free, 194 IA will come. But if it is a compulsory acquisition of immovable property, then 194 IA will not come, 194 LA will come. 194 IA will not come, 194 LA will come. So 194 IA will come only when the consent is free. Compulsory acquisition, what will come? 194 LA will come, 194 IA will not come. So immovable property, what is not covered here? Rural agricultural land in India is not covered. Something which is not a capital asset. Rural agricultural land will not be covered in India because it's not at all a capital asset. Then urban agricultural land, it will come provided the stamp duty value is more than 50 lakh rupees. If any sale is happening or SDV is less than 50 lakhs, no TDS. So basically guys, if agricultural land is rural or urban outside India, if the sale consideration is more than 50 lakh, then 194 IA will definitely come. And 194 IA will come irrespective of anything. Buyer is holding as a capital asset, seller has stock in trade, buyer has stock in trade, seller has capital asset, buyer and seller both as capital asset, buyer and seller both as stock in trade, 194 IA will definitely come. Then one more question. Joint ownership in rent we saw 194I. Should I see it separately or jointly? We should see it separately, right? I told you if a rent is around 5 lakh, can I make it or 4 lakh, 2 lakh, 2 lakh, can I have joint ownership? Yes. But 194 IA, this entire 50 lakh limit, that should be seen together. It is not individual share. It is per property. Okay. So if, for example, the amount of the land, I mean the value of the land of the house is 60 lakh. But the seller, there are two sellers, one seller, two seller, joint owners, they are selling it to you at 60 lakh, 30 lakh, 30 lakh. Now you need to pay 30 lakh to one fellow, you need to pay 30 lakh for the other person. Should you deduct TDS? Answer is yes, because 50 lakh should be seen in the aggregate. They have clarified it through an amendment in Finance Act 24. Important. 50 lakh should be seen together, not individually. 194I is 2.4 lakh per owner. Whereas here it is per property, not per owner. Hope you understood. There is one more 194 IB, one more rent, that is separately we can check. And guys, people were cheating also. 50 lakh, no? And you told me that unfortunately SDV also is calculated. So what I used to do, 48 lakh flat cost, car parking 3 lakh, maintenance 4 lakh, then your water and electricity 1 lakh. Like that I used to make it 56 lakh. And then not claim anything because it's only 48 lakh. So should I claim this or not? Answer is all inclusive. It should be over 50 lakhs, guys. So they changed the definition of consideration. It included everything, advance fee, electricity, water, everything they included. That is what it was. Very, very smartly they handled this issue because it was happening. Whichever is higher is what I need to see. 194 IA. So 194 IA. So guys, one interesting thing is, see, generally when I am deducting the TDS, I have to obviously obtain TAN, right? So, but in this particular case, I am just buying a house and I am a normal individual. I am not even like the big payer. I am just not Virat Kohli, correct? So, I have to obtain TAN. I have to then take that fellow's PAN number, sit and do everything. Like, I'll be like, I have to follow the full procedure just for one transaction. I'm only once in my life, I'm buying the house. So, as a relaxation provision, this is given here, whereby they're telling, okay, no problem. If you just deduct and pay the tax within 30 days, in a simple form, no TAN needed, nothing, in a simple form, which is a challan as well as a statement. Fill it up, pay the amount, and then that form number 26QB you deposit to the builder. Chapter close. Correct? And the deductor, along with that form 26QB, 16B one form number will come. 16B you give, and there ends the matter. Payer and payee are not at all required to obtain the TAN. They should only furnish the PAN. That is one thing. So apart from that, 194I we have already seen, guys. 194I is for Virat Kohli and for others. But income tax department saw that even though you are not Virat Kohli, for example, you are just showing your income as 50,000 rupees per month, 60,000 rupees per month, but rent you are going and paying so much money, correct? Rent you are going and paying superb money you are paying. You are paying rent of 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 rupees. So government wanted to catch those people. This is non-Virat Kohli people. Non-Virat Kohli, just to make it easy, I'm telling you Virat Kohli, non-Virat Kohli, okay? Virat Kohli means big payer. Big payer anyway covered under 194I. I don't have to see also. What about non-big payer like you and me? We may be showing 10 lakh rupees, 8 lakh rupees, 14 lakh rupees in our return. But we are actually paying rent, let's say, 70,000 rupees for our house. So Nirmala madam is like, how is it possible? So, my dear friends, if I am paying rent more than 50,000 rupees, if I am paying rent more than 50,000 rupees, then also I need to deduct TDS. A new section has come, 194 IB. This is for non-Virat Kohli people, person who is not covered under 194I. How much? 5% TDS have to deduct and 2% from 1st October. When should I, and only if it is more than 50,000, and when should I do? The last day of the month. So 55,000 every month I am paying, 10 months only I stayed. It is only for the months in which you lived. Let's say I only lived there for 10 months, so 5 lakh 50 I have to pay. When should I pay? Last day of the financial year or last day of the month in which you are at the particular house, whichever is earlier. So 5 lakh 50 into 5% I need to pay. Now it has become 2%. How much? 27,500. So the last month that I am going, no, 55,000 minus 27,500 I should give. Very simple. Otherwise 20%. Now assume one thing can happen, guys. I did not furnish the pan. So how much will be the what do you say, TDS? 5,50,000 into 20%, 1,10,000. I only have to pay you at the last day only. Last day only I have to pay. How much? 1,10,000 I have to pay. But my rent is only 55,000 rupees. When my rent is 55,000 rupees, how can I pay you 1,10,000? How can I deduct 1,10,000? So lawmaker has understood that. They're saying that if PAN is not furnished, TDS will be deducted at the rate of 20%. But maximum amount of TDS is the last month's rent. So TDS, if it is greater than the last month rent, then TDS will be equal to the last month rent. So what will be the TDS here? 55,000. Similarly, this 50,000, 50,000 and above which I am giving, you are the owner. What if there's a joint owner? What if it's a joint owner? Means what? Land, the property value is 80,000 rupees. I am paying 40,000 rent to one owner, 40,000 to another joint owner. So obviously it's 80,000 rupees together. Should I take it together or individually? That we have already seen here, my dear friends. This also should be seen per owner. Rent should be seen per owner. 194 IB should be seen per owner. Only 194 IA should be seen per property. So here it should be seen together. Here per owner separately. Hope you understood the other section also. 194 IB. 194 IB. Correct? 194I is rent. I pay rent. 194 IB is what? I have become big. Though I am not big, I have become big. 50,000 per month and all I am paying. Correct? And IA is what? The purchase of immovable property. Very, very simple. 1 second. That is 194 IB. Then 194 IC. I told you joint development agreement, JDA. Land I'll give. We saw in section 45. When I give the land, is it transfer? Yes. When is the taxation postponed? To which day? The day he builds a building and gives 4 flats to me. The day he gives the part or full completion certificate. So when I give it to him, it is transfer. Taxation is postponed to the date of completion certificate. Question to you is, I will get cash also, no? I told you 2 things. 1, owner of the land will get cash. Point number 2, owner of the land will get building. When he is getting the cash, if he is getting today, the builder should deduct TDS. Builder should deduct TDS, yes, under 194 IC. Builder should deduct TDS under 194 IC at the rate of 10%. TDS on joint development agreement, it's only applicable on the cash part of the consideration. Very, very simple. So that is about 194 IB and IC. Now come to the other interesting part of 194J. 194J. So 194J talks about professional, technical and managerial service. Basically, if you use, what do you mean by professional service, managerial service? It should include human intervention. So technical service will not be I mean, when I use the word technical, it need not include human intervention, is what you may assume. If, for example, if I use uh, services by artificial intelligence, chat GPT, etc., when I'm making payment to chat GPT, monthly subscription, are those professional services? No, because technical service, it should include human intervention. So once the coding etc. is done, ChatGPT, as the name itself suggests, it is an artificial intelligence tool. So that will only figure out what to do based on all the coding that is done, and it, of course it learns. On the job it learns, right? So anything that I'm using there, technical service, will it come under 194J? This issue was discussed long time ago only when at the advent of robotics. So issue is very simple. I should use the concept of Noshitar Associ. Noshitar Associes is a, what do you say, interpretative tool. What it says is, and there are three things, words here: professional, technical, managerial. When professional and managerial is nothing but human intervention, technical also will mean human intervention. So whenever I say professional service, technical service, managerial service, technical service also will include human intervention. That's what they're trying to tell. So that is there. That's what we are trying to tell here. So any person other than individual or HF, 194J will come. But guys, even individual or HF, that is also covered here. Individual or HF, big payer. So one more section of big payer. One more section for big payer would be 194J. Right? Now, again, as discussed, 194J does not cover personal use. If you use anything for personal purposes, 194J is not covered. 194J talks about professional services. 194J talks about technical services. 194J talks about sale distribution of cinematographic movies, and those who are only in the business of call center. So guys, rate is 2% for technical service not being professional service, sale, distribution or exhibition of cinematographic movies, and in the business of call center 2%. All other cases 10%. So professional service will be 10%. So nature of payment, you see, professional services 10%, technical service 2%, royalty for distribution of movies, 2%, royalty for books etc. 10%, non-compete fee 10%, any remuneration fee, that is your sitting fee given to directors 10%, except these three items: technical service, royalty for movies, third one call center 2%, everything else 10%. They'll ask you a question: a company is in the business of call center, also in the business of marketing. You take marketing services 10%. You take call center services, what is the TDS? You will write 10% and 2% and come wrong answer. You see the dialogue here. Pay is engaged only in the business of call center. The only business of the pay must be call center, nothing else. Most important to know. Right? And 10% in case of other things, professional services. And in each of these payment, what? 30,000, 30,000, 30,000 it is. Single payment altogether 30,000 rupees per annum. If I pay 10, 10, 10, 10 like that, TDS will apply in the fourth payment onwards. It's 30,000 per annum limit. Professional fee, technical fee, royalty, non-compete, etc. They'll ask you one more question. Director sitting fee was 28,000 in the entire year. Will TDS under 194J apply? If yes, what rate? What rate we know, 10%, but will it apply? It's just 28,000. You will say no. That is also wrong answer. Because if you see, I just want to show you, you have to see it to believe it. You see, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000 for what? Clause A, B, C, D. See here, clause A, B, C, D. See here, clause A, professional, B, technical, C, royalty, fourth, any other sum, non-compete fee. BA, for clause BA, 30,000 is not there, my dear friends. For clause BA, 30,000 is not there. So for clause BA, what should I take? Even 1 rupee if I pay, 10% has to be deducted. I hope you got it. Very interesting, important MCQ question. Right? So if I pay 28,000 also, to whom? When if I pay 28,000 to whom? Sitting fee, TDS of 10% should be deducted. Everything is given in the notes, don't worry. Indian umpire, Indian sports person, everything 194J will come. Right? And I told you, if anything I use for personal use, 194J you see. Individual HF, Virat Kohli. Only he is liable to deduct income tax via proportionate fee in case of personal purpose, 194J will not come. Virat Kohli hires a yoga instructor and mental health executive for his mental health. And he pays 60 lakh, he pays 20 lakh rupees. No 194J. He pays 60 lakh rupees. 194M will come. Virat Kohli hires a professional, a chartered accountant to do his taxes and he pays him a fee of 40 lakh rupees. 194M will never come here, 194J will come because it's more than 30,000. Hope you got it. So, payer or deductor, individual or HF, personal use. I am discussing 194J, 194C, 194M. Individual HF, more than 1 crore business, more than 50 lakh profession. Professional service, aggregate value less than or equal to 50 lakh. I told you 194M also will not come, 194J also will not come because he is using it for personal purpose. Virat Kohli for personal purpose. Less than or equal to 50 lakh. Virat Kohli is hiring a mental health executive for his mental health. 20 lakh is paying. 194M also won't come. 194J also will not come. He is paying mental health executive for more than 50 lakh rupees. 194M will come. 194J will not come. Technical service. Less than or equal to 50 lakh. More than 50 lakh. Guys, very, very interesting to know that 194M will never come even if the payment is more than 50 lakh. Because in 194J, personal purposes, only professional services covered. If a technical service is taken for personal purposes, it still remains under 194J. Very, very important. If a technical service is taken for personal purpose, it still comes under 194J. If you want further, what do you say? Understanding, go to 194M. 194M also, what does it say? Any amount more than 50 lakh rupees, 194M will come. But you see, in 194J, what is covered? by way of commission or brokerage or by way of professional fees during the financial year. Professional fees for personal purpose more than 50 lakh 194M. Technical fee, personal purpose more than 50 lakhs, less than 50 lakh, whatever, I don't care. 194M will not come. It will be 194J. Very, very important. From USA, I buy a software. I pay amount to the software. We already discussed software is no longer an intangible asset. Any software, computer and computer software, it may be an intangible asset, but is it a depreciable asset in the what do you say, WDV and actual cost value add? No. Whatever the case may be, it will be expense. We have discussed that already. Will you pay 194J? Yes. And let's say the importer from India will pay for the software and import it into India. If he is working on that software and then further selling to other Indians, 194J will again come. If I just buy a source code from one buy, work on the source code and make it a product for some other guy, 194J will come. If I just buy Windows software and resell it in India, 194J will not come when I'm reselling it to Indians because it's already paid for. Right? When I'm buying a software, because there are many original Windows resellers, authorized resellers, I can buy and resell. So if I'm just buying the source code, making my own stuff and giving you back again, I have to pay 194J there. Then I have to here also, when I'm making the payment, another fellow makes a payment to me, 194J will come. But if I'm just buying and directly selling without making any modification, for the second payment, 194J will not come. Got it? Then, in the hospital, there are, you would have gone to many hospitals. I hope you don't have to get admitted in your life, or you would have gone already. There are many hospitals whereby there will be a insurance desk, which is predominantly owned by the insurance company will be employees of the insurance desk will have employees of the hospital only. But nowadays, everyone is hiring somebody called as a third party administrator. So whenever you go to a hospital, you go to a third party administrator who is hired by the hospital, and you will say, sir, I have a policy at HDFC Ergo. You please talk to them and get the cashless policy money. Earlier, hospital staff only used to do. Now, third party administrator does. So, third party administrator acts as a liaising officer between the patient, hospital, and the insurance company. General rule, you will never be discharged unless you pay the bill. Third party administrator helps you in paying the bill. It helps protect the patient. Third party administrator will make off the payment to the hospital and then recover from the insurance company. They will not let you stay in the hospital because after your treatment you should leave. You can't sit and handle this insurance. So when a third party administrator is there, patient is giving to the third party administrator all the details. Third party administrator will immediately make payment to the hospital and at least get the patient released. And then the insurance company will make the payment to the third party administrator. The question is, when the third party administrator is making payment to the hospital, will 194J, should it be deducted? It went to the CBDT. CBDT said yes, it has to be deducted. All that, it's there in the notes. You can check it out. Right? Done, guys. That is about 194J, all the points of 194J. Cool. 194J is also done, guys. 194J, C, M, all that is done. 194M is also done then. Now let us go to 194LA. So if you see 194J is done. KLAM. So K is for in respect of units. So your mutual fund units, if I am paying you money, income on mutual fund, they will deduct under 194K. There was a company called Unit Trust of India. It got split because of the fraud perpetrated by Chartered Accountant Ketan Parekh, who happened to be Harshad Mehta's protege, means Harshad Mehta's Shishya. So Harshad Mehta's Shishya Ketan Parekh did a scam which is 10 times more than his Guru. Like Guru, like Shishya. So when UTI was split, no, it became two companies. One it was called as specified undertaking, one more it was called as specified company. So the UTI Children Fund was converted to administrator of the specified undertaking, and one more other company became specified company. So UTI is still there. Unit Trust of India is still there through Axis Bank, and then the fund is still existing, right? So that is called as administrator of the specified undertaking and units from specified company. Mutual fund, all these things, 10% is the TDS, 194K. Next is 194LA. What is 194LA? Guys, 194LA is compulsory acquisition of immovable property. Compulsory acquisition of immovable property. Immovable property, if it is taken with consent, we had already made a chart different. 194LA is without consent. With consent is 194IA we discussed. Without consent is this one, 194LA. If I take over land, anything which is agricultural land, rural, urban, capital asset or stock in trade, it can be held as capital asset or a stock in trade. 194LA will not come. Normal land, if it is taken over, 194LA will come. When government is paying you compensation, they have to deduct 194LA. Building or any part of the building, if it is going, if it is taken over, 194LA will come. When they are giving you money, no, we had seen this in income tax capital gain. When a building is taken over, they will give you compensation. 1 year later, 2 years later, there is concept of interim compensation, final compensation, interim award. Without consent, whatever you gave, building or part of the building if you are giving, the money when you are giving, no, 194LA will come. On the other hand, if you are taking over, even we saw in section 45 also, any money taken, any property taken due to the Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency Act, that is your defense, navy, slum rehabilitation, etc., no TDS. Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency Act, it is no capital gain there also, it's exempt, here also no TDS. Under any other law also, if you are taking over, if the amount that they are giving you is just 2.5 lakh rupees, no TDS. 194LA will come only if it is more than 2.5 lakh rupees. Only if it is more than how much, guys? 2.5 lakhs. Very simple, 194LA. Alright guys, so the next section in TDS is payment in cash by bankers, 194N. 194N. So, if you go to a bank, this is a section which is very weird because generally whenever you make a payment, when one person makes a payment to the other person, then you will deduct TDS, obviously. This is a very weird section. In this section, you don't make a payment, you make a withdrawal from the bank. When you are making withdrawal from the bank of your own money, TDS will be deducted. Deadly. Very weird, right? So when you are withdrawing money from the bank, TDS will be deducted. Why? This is just to curb you from having cash transactions. I know you have a lot of money in your bank account and you are withdrawing so much amount. You are withdrawing 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs. Why? Obviously, it could be to convert white to black money only. Why would you do that? Why would you need 40, 50 lakhs cash when everything now is UPI? everywhere across India. Even a normal vegetable vendor has UPI. Even a public toilet where you have to pay 2 rupees has a UPI. So UPI has taken over the entire country. So the question here is, why do I need what? Cash. So this is one section which is very interesting, whereby, see, if I have to make a payment to you and then I deduct TDS, fair enough. Here I am withdrawing my own cash. Bank will deduct TDS. Crazy. 194N. Payment in cash by the bankers. Who is the payer? Obviously, banking company. And if you go to a cooperative society, then cooperative society engage in the business of banking, post office, all these people. Who is the payee? Any person. What is the amount? Withdrawal of cash beyond the specified limit. So if you cross the specified limit, 2% will be deducted. Exceeding 1 crore. Yes, if you withdraw 1 crore, 1.2 crore and all that, on the excess of 20 lakhs only, 2% will be deducted. But when the recipient is a cooperative society, mind you guys, not the payer, recipient. Which means what? One cooperative society has a bank account in another cooperative society. One cooperative society has a account in another cooperative society. When that cooperative society is withdrawing cash, then this is what is going to happen. Just a sec. Fixed. Come back. So one cooperative society is having an account in another cooperative society, and when that cooperative society is withdrawing money, so guys, there are a lot of regulations for cooperative society, and it's fine because they are using anyway for their members only. So that limit has been increased from 1 crore to 3 crore rupees only for cooperative society where recipient is a cooperative society. Should not get confused. If an individual goes to a cooperative society and withdraws money, then it is 1 crore. I repeat, individual goes to cooperative society and withdraws money, 1 crore. Cooperative society goes to another bank or cooperative society and then withdraws, limit is 3 crore. I hope you understood. Recipient is cooperative society. Limit for withdrawal is 3 crore rupees instead of 1 crore rupees. Where the recipient who has failed to furnish return of income for all the preceding 3 previous years. There is one more thing. So, whenever you are withdrawing cash, the banker should ask, sir, show me your previous 3 years return of income. Kindly furnish it, sir. We need it because you are withdrawing so much amount. That fellow will say, return of income means I have never filed any returns. Sir, IT returns. What is IT returns? I have only watched Mummy Returns movie. IT returns, I don't know. That's what that fellow has never in his life filed IT returns, but he has 1 crore, 2 crore in his bank account. Crazy. So, for them, if you have failed to furnish return of income for all 3 previous years, then cash. If the moment you are crossing 20 lakh rupees, but if it does not exceed 1 crore, 2%. If it's exceeding 1 crore, 5% will be deducted. That higher rate of 20% all will not come here. It is only 2% up to 20 lakhs. More than 20 lakhs, or that is up to, up to 1 crore. More than 1 crore, 5%. And TDS will be deducted only at the time of payment. So you see, 1.03 crore was withdrawn by Mr. X. In this case, TDS will be deducted, and on that extra 3 lakh at what percent? 2%. Mr. Narang has not filed his returns for the previous year 1920, 1819, 1718. The following withdrawals were made by him. 26,421, 17 lakh, no TDS. Next 25 lakh. He has not filed the return, guys. So up beyond 20 lakh, how much? Beyond 20 lakh, 2%. So 25 plus 17. 17 till it reaches 20 is 3 more. So for 3 more, there is no TDS. And for 22 more, it is at 2%. 45, 25, 17. And for this full 45, 2%, 90,000. Then 45, 25, 17, 70, 87 lakhs. 87 lakhs plus 20. So till it goes from 87 lakhs to 1 crore, that is 13 lakhs. And the remaining 7 lakhs. For 13 lakhs, it is 2%. For 7 lakhs, it is 5%. Hope you got the point. Till 1 crore, 2%. Beyond 1 crore, 5%. Got it? Then, no TDS if cash is withdrawn by the government. Guys, Nirmala madam wants you to withdraw cash. She is going and withdrawing. TDS will deduct on Nirmala madam. Means Nirmala madam means finance ministry. Right? Banking company, cooperative society, in the business on banking, they can withdraw. No problem. Any business correspondent of a banking company or cooperative society engage in the banking business. So all this white label, automated teller, business correspondent will be your retired bankers. Retired bankers will go house to house to collect cash in villages, etc. They can withdraw, no problem. Then your cash replacement agencies, you would have seen no, near the ATM armored vehicle with 2-3 guards with gun and all those things. Basically what they'll be doing, they'll be putting the cash in the ATM. So then when they have to withdraw the cash and then put in the ATM, is it allowed? Yes, no problem. Then your, what do you say, Western Union money transfer, ICICI, all these people, when they are authorized dealers, they are called as full-fledged money changer. Full-fledged money changer means what? He will purchase also foreign currency, sell also foreign currency. Then in the Agricultural Produce Market Committee, APMC yard, there will be a registered agent. He can withdraw cash, no problem. All these are some exceptions. You can just check that. So this is the entire thing with respect to 194N. We have discussed in this only, so I have read everything, so no problem. Very simple, guys. This you can just go through, no need of any in-depth analysis. This much is more than sufficient. Next, guys. Payment of amount by e-commerce operator. Now this amount has been reduced from 1st October to 0.1%. I'll explain the concept. E-commerce operator. So guys, if a foreign company, for example, Alibaba doesn't have a permanent establishment in India, right? Alibaba does not have a permanent establishment in India. And Alibaba is selling, you are purchasing goods from Alibaba, China. Here, they are sending also. No problem. Right? So, let's assume that, okay, will it be taxed in India? No, because they don't have a permanent establishment in India. Will that money, whatever I pay them, so lot of sales they make from India, will it be charged in China? No, because let's assume that Alibaba's registered office is not in China. Alibaba has registered their office in Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, Seychelles. All these are what? These are tax havens. So they have put everything there in tax havens, not in India. When they put it in tax haven, not in India, And not in China also. Problem, huge problem. This is the issue. Right? So, what do we do? All the governments also are facing the same issue. So, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD nations, 150 plus nations, they came together and said, let us now uh, impose something like a tax whereby if you are purchasing from outside and you're giving money to Alibaba, you'll have to, for that money, you have to add some extra percentage, and that extra percentage should be deducted. Alibaba will never agree for deduction. So if they're selling goods worth 5 lakhs, Alibaba will never say 5 lakh minus that levy and then you give me the rest. No, they'll say, boss, you have to bear the thing. So basically, it's like an additional expense for the purchaser. They'll go to the purchaser and say, boss, you are buying from some random website which is not, doesn't even have an office in India. And all that money that you're giving them, it's their income, but they're getting all the income from India, but I cannot tax them. Cheating. So I will create something called as equalization levy. It's an international tax concept. Equalization levy. 6%. 6% you either deduct and pay Alibaba, but they'll not agree. Why will they agree, guys? They are telling, why the hell should I pay tax, bros? Why will I pay tax? I don't have any permanent establishment in your country. Don't buy then. I don't want to sell. So basically, huge sales like 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 30 lakh. Who has to pay? Buyer only has to pay now additional amount called equalization levy, 6%. Now that was for people who did not have a, what do you say, permanent establishment in India. But what about those companies who are e-commerce operators? Lot of e-commerce operators have come, started with Snapdeal, Flipkart, Amazon, Meesho. They definitely have a permanent establishment in India. If you don't have a permanent establishment, yes, equalization levy will come. But if you have a permanent establishment, what do we do? So for that, 194.0 came into force, guys. 194.0. What does 194.0 say? There should be a seller. Basically, any seller can host in the e-commerce what do you say, website. Amazon. E-commerce operator will be the payer deductor. E-commerce operator may be resident or non-resident, doesn't matter. Amazon is a non-resident, but it definitely has a place of business in India. Flipkart is a resident, but now sold to Walmart. So the seller, who's an e-commerce participant, seller will host his goods or services with an e-commerce operator. Buyer will come to e-commerce operator and say, I want to buy this product. E-commerce operator is the payer or deductor. E-commerce operator can be resident or non-resident. Seller is a resident in India. Seller should be resident and seller is a e-commerce participant. So buyer buys the goods and pays the e-commerce operator. And e-commerce operator is now paying whom? E-commerce participant. Correct, no? Buyer pays the money to e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator will keep his share and then pass the rest to seller. E-commerce operator now has to deduct TDS, guys. How much? 1% of gross amount of sales. Buyer pays e-commerce operator 5 lakh. E-commerce operator keeps his share 20,000 and you're supposed to transfer 4 lakh 80. Will the TDS be on 4 lakh 80 or 5 lakh? 5 lakh. And that amount has been reduced to 0.1% from 1st October 2024. See, for example, Sony India is hosting their TVs in Chroma website. Sony India is hosting TVs in Chroma website. If that be the case, will 194O come? Yes, because Sony India is a resident, Chroma is a resident, buyer, whatever, 194O will come. Sony Japan, on the other hand, is hosting TVs in Chroma. So will 194O come? No, because Sony Japan is a non-resident. Seller is a non-resident. You see here, seller must be a resident. Right? Sony India is hosting TVs in Walmart USA app. Will 194O come? Yes, because Walmart USA is a non-resident. Walmart USA, that is the e-commerce website, can be resident or non-resident. Then an individual who probably may be a partner of a firm, that's okay, but individual capacity, he is selling Nandini perfume, some random company, on Amazon, and he has made sales worth 4,95,000 rupees. When Amazon is paying the individual, will 194O come? No, because there's an exception. Individual sales up to 5 lakh rupees, no problem. Individual sales up to 5 lakh rupees, no problem. They'll twist and give you one person who is actually a partner of Ra and Company, partnership firm, will give Nandini perfume to, will sell Nandini perfume on Amazon. And Amazon is paying the partnership firm 4,95,000 rupees. 194O will come. It's only exempt for individuals up to 5 lakh, not for partnership firms and all those things. Right? Then, Amazon was cheating. Just an example. What they were doing, if Amazon is here, it's not Amazon, I'm just giving an example. Any e-commerce operator, buyer was, instead of paying to e-commerce operator, buyer obviously will pay to a payment gateway, Razor Pay, Easy Pay, CC Avenue, like that. So Amazon or any other e-commerce operator, instead of to cheat, what were they doing? They were not taking any money to the e-commerce operator. They were not taking any money. So for example, if the buyer, if the buyer is paying 30,000 to Razor Pay, Razor Pay is collecting 600 rupees and directly transferring 29,400 to the seller. 600 is the share. In 600, they should transfer back to Amazon, maybe 550. 50 rupees is Razor Pay's fee. They are not deducting TDS because Amazon now said money never came to me. If money comes to me 30,000, then I will deduct. But only 550 rupees came to me, that is my share, why will I deduct? They said cheating. Even if you or any, Razor Pay, etc., payment gateway also is deemed to be e-commerce operator. Even payment gateway is deemed to be e-commerce operator. And the thing is, Razor Pay need not pay. The burden is on the main guy only who hires this service. So Amazon only has to deduct. All that cheating now is cut. All the cheating is cut. Right? Yes. There is a company called Policy Bazaar. Policy Bazaar is a insurance aggregator. You can see lot of policies there. You can compare policies and buy. Let's say you will buy a policy worth 1 lakh rupees on Policy Bazaar and you will choose HDFC Ergo insurance. You will pay 1 lakh to Policy Bazaar. Policy Bazaar will now pay to HDFC. Correct? They will pay to HDFC. They will deduct their commission 10,000 rupees and whatever and give it to HDFC. Now the question here is, should HDFC deduct, should Policy Bazaar deduct TDS under 194O? Or is it in the nature of commission under 194D was the question. So in between 194D and 194H, what will apply? It went to CBDT. CBDT said 194O only will apply. Because I am retaining the commission and paying. So TDS of now 0.1% on the entire 1 lakh has to be deducted by Policy Bazaar and then transferred to HDFC. Then they asked a question, sir, what about renewal premiums? So they came out with this logic, which is very, very perfect. Policy Bazaar is an insurance aggregator. First time if you are buying a policy on Policy Bazaar should deduct TDS under 194O. Guys, again next year renewal comes. Renewal, any buyer can choose to do through Policy Bazaar or he can directly do with the insurance company, obviously. If you are choosing to do on Policy Bazaar, 194O will come, Policy Bazaar has to deduct. If you are choosing to do directly in HDFC Ergo, money will now go to HDFC Ergo. And HDFC Ergo will now pay commission to Policy Bazaar. Because guys, when you are buying through Policy Bazaar, in the agent code, Policy Bazaar name will be given. So when you are renewing, you can choose to buy again from Policy Bazaar or you can go to HDFC directly. And if you go to HDFC directly, they will say, who's the agent here? Oh, Policy Bazaar, let me give them the commission. Then that commission when they give, 194D will come. Hope you got this point. So that is 194O. Next is 194Q. 194Q. Very important. I'll explain here. See. So this is the scene, guys. So 194Q. Seller. The same way you will see it in TCS also. So that's why it's important. The seller may be a payee. Seller is a payee and is a resident. Seller is buying from the, seller is selling to the buyer. 194Q wants to track big buyer of goods. 194Q wants to track big buyer of goods. Okay. So payee is a seller who's a resident. He is selling goods, not services. Only goods are covered. Goods. Goods to the buyer. Value is more than 50 lakh rupees. Value is more than 50 lakh rupees. Buyer, who is the payer and also the deductor. Buyer is the resident. Big buyer. Buyer can be resident or non-resident, but he has a permanent establishment in India, mind you. I already told you, if you do not have permanent establishment, you have equalization levy. If you have permanent establishment, you have TDS and TCS. So who is this big buyer? Turnover or gross receipts from business must be more than 10 crore in the immediately preceding financial year. Turnover or gross assets from business should be more than 10 crore in the immediately preceding financial year. So seller is selling goods to the buyer. Value is more than 50 lakh rupees. Seller is a payee. Seller is a resident. Buyer must be a resident or non-resident. And 194Q tracks the big buyer of goods. TDS should be 0.1% of some such exceeding 50 lakh. At the time of payment or credit, whichever is earlier, 0.1% of the sum exceeding 50 lakh. If it is 60 lakh, then extra on that extra 10 lakh. And who is this buyer? Big buyer. Turnover or gross assets from the business should be more than 10 crore in the immediately preceding financial year. So this person is covered. That is 194Q, right? 194Q will not apply to stock market transactions, energy saving certificate, all that it will not apply. It will only apply, that is buying and selling of energy saving certificate, buying and selling of stock market transactions, shares, etc. It will not apply. This will not apply. Got it? So this is it, guys. So that is about 194Q. Moving on to 194R. 194. See, if any employee is getting perquisite, if any employee is getting perquisite, that will be covered under 190 salary, section 17 salary. But if any businessman is getting perquisite, if you are, let's say, trading in LED lights, and if you meet a target of 1 crore, they'll give you an all expenses paid trip to Thailand. It happens. Where there will be like one day, there will be some seminar there, next 3 days enjoyment. You and your family can enjoy. So that is under 194R, guys. So they want to track that also. Payer deductor will be the company, any person other than individual HF obviously is giving a benefit or perquisite to the payee. Payee will be resident person. There should be no employer-employee relationship here. TDS will be 10% of the benefit. 194R will also come to big payer. So big payer, Virat Kohli, big payer, individual or HF for turnover or gross assets more than 1 crore, he also has to do it. So if you are employed under a big payer, any employer of Virat Kohli, for example, and Virat Kohli is gifting him, he's not an employee, consultant of Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli has a consultant where he will have to go and sell some product and then he will get a benefit. Any benefit. Virat Kohli will give him an all expenses paid trip somewhere. Then it will come under 194R. So if you remember in our yesterday's, previous sessions, we were making one chart. Point number 6. $194R. TDS on perquisite or benefit. All these big pairs will come here. 194A, 194H, 194C, 194I. J, 194R, all these people. All these provisions will come. If 194R, this. If benefit is less than 20,000 rupees, no TDS. If TDS cannot be recovered since benefit is in kind, then payer should recover from the payee, guys. So you are a consultant and I'll give you CSK versus RCB tickets. 5 tickets I'll give you. Each ticket is 10,000 rupees. 50,000 rupees I'll give you. What is 10,000? What is 10%? 5,000 rupees. 5,000 I have to recover, that's all. And GST will obviously not be forming part of the benefit. If GST amount should be separate, that is what it is. That is 194R. Then there's one more section, 194P. 194P is what Again, a very interesting section, slightly different. He is not a normal senior citizen of 60 plus or is not a super senior citizen of 80 plus. He is a resident senior citizen 75 years or more. So you should be getting pension from one bank, and in the same bank there will be some interest on FD, RD, savings bank account. This is to help, guys. The objective is very simple. You are only earning pension income. That's all, no other income you have. And in the same bank, some SB, FD, whatever you have, some interest you are earning. That's it. When this is the scene, you only have to, pension obviously is fully taxable. You need to pay tax on it. You need to file your return. So to ensure that 75 plus years are not bothered by all these things, a very good section has come, 194P, where they are trying to tell that the bank only will deduct TDS on your behalf. You just tell them this is a pension income and there also no interest income is this. You have to declare that no other income is there. They will only deduct TDS. They will only pay the tax. What is tax? Nothing but TDS. They will only compute your income. And beauty of this section is when the bank does all this for you, you as a resident senior citizen above 75 years need not file income tax return. Deadly. So it's a pure benefit given to the resident senior citizens above 75 years of age. For example, and the main condition is what? You should be getting pension only and no other income and some interest income on your FD, SD, SB and all those savings bank account, FD, RD. And both should be in the same bank. Pension as well as interest should be from the same bank. No other income. So if pension is 6 lakh, interest is 1 lakh, total 7 lakh, less deduction 1 lakh, total 6 lakh. On that 6 lakh, they will do on a slab rate, they will deduct TDS. They will only give deduction from ATC to ATU. And you should give a declaration under 12 BBA that there is no other income. And if 194P is followed, as I told you, no need of filing any return of income. So interesting to know, if TDS is not, if PAN is not furnished, then 20% you have to pay. Exceptions are two. Lottery ticket, for TDS on lottery, etc. Anyway, the TDS rate is 30%. So I will 20% apply. Point number one. One more, 194O and 194Q. 194O and 194Q, it is not 20%. There's a lesser higher limit. It is 5%. If you pay, because 194O and Q is 0.1% and 1%, right? So you can't make 20% if you don't pay the PAN, give the PAN. So there it is 5%. There it is 5%. So we have 194R, 194P, 194R. And then 194T. This is first day of April 2025. That is first April, that is assessment year. Firm or LLP, partner, I told you. Any payment, bonus, remuneration, interest, commission, salary, any payment made by the firm to such a partner, 10% will be TDS. I wanted to change it, and instead of making it in as a profit, I will transfer to capital account. Credit is not given to partner, credit is given to the capital account of the partner, still TDS will be applicable. TDS is not applicable only if all the payments put together is just less than 20,000 in a year. That's hardly anything. Otherwise, TDS is mandatory for partners payment also. Deadly. Got it, guys? So, VDA, virtual digital asset. So there is TDS on this also, my dear friends. So what do you mean by VDA, virtual digital asset? So anything which is done via cryptography is called virtual digital asset. It's a digital representation of data, which means what, guys? You have Bitcoin, Dogecoin. People are now selling, for example, uh, Nike shoes. They are selling the E version of Nike shoes. And things have completely changed now. You can also buy land in the metaverse. A couple of years ago, there was also a wedding in Tamil Nadu, which happened via the metaverse. Is it land owned on metaverse? Yes. So India's first digital wedding also on the metaverse. See, crazy. So how things change. Let me just show this quickly. Yes, these are the digital avatars, and people could bless them digitally also. Crazy, no? Right? So if you see, you can log in 6 hours, 57 minutes, you are in the metaverse. It's an alternate reality. You see, Nike has a thing called Nike Land, where you can actually buy shoes. They launched 20,000 virtual sneakers, out of which 98 were limited edition. Someone paid $1,30,000, my dear friends. That is 80 lakh rupees for some sneaker which you can't even wear. I am not even making all these up, guys. These are actual figures, and this was 2-3 years ago. Now, though, things have changed more. So it uses something called as, blockchain. So on my YouTube channel, there is a video on blockchain. You can go and watch. I had done it when blockchain just came. Cryptocurrency had just come. So can you buy metaverse, land in metaverse? Yes, you can. They are definitely assets. Metaverse is measured in tiles. So you can buy each tile. Every tile has a unique address. So you can actually buy those things. All these are virtual digital assets. And building cannot be restricted to a dwelling house. It can be anything. You can run an e-commerce website, host an event also. Now, this is a new clause which has come. And 115 BBH, which I'm going to talk about now. Is it a capital asset? Yes. Virtual digital asset has been defined as capital asset in 2 clause 14 now, guys. 2 clause 14, they have defined it as capital asset. So, things are changing like crazy. You can do all these things. You can buy cryptocurrency, Dogecoin. It's pronounced as Dogecoin, right? That is the meaning of virtual digital asset. And it is a unique address, each tile in the metaverse is unique. Correct? It cannot be, what do you say, replicated. So it is called as a non-fungible token. Fungible means it cannot be replicated, cannot be tampered with. So if you want to understand the basics of blockchain, go to my YouTube channel, Punarvas Jayakumar classes, and check Introduction to Blockchain. I have given how it works. We had done the research. I think this was some 3 years ago only. Yes, it was an old video, but nevertheless, watch it. It's still relevant. Basics. So what is the tax on income from virtual digital? Nirmala madam says you do whatever you want. That person who bought Nike shoes worth 90 lakhs can sell it for 1.5 crore. No problem. MG Hector was the first ever car company in the world to give a non-fungible token in the name of MG Hector. So you could have bought an MG car on the metaverse. Crazy. People bought also. It is just your value that you have, perceived value, that I own this particular thing on the metaverse. Is it? Can you see it? No. Can you feel it? No. But it is taxable. Now you can buy using money. What is the tax on income from the virtual digital asset, my dear friends? Tax on income will be 30%. Nirmala madam says you do whatever you want. You are mental, you do whatever you want. I need my 30%. If you are fools, I can't help it. Tax on income on transfer of BDA. Expenses which are set off or expenses or set off of losses are not at all allowed in this. I don't care. Only cost of acquisition of BDA is deductible. That's it. So 1.5 crore I bought the Nike shoe, no? Minus 90 lakh is the cost. That's all is allowed. No other expense is allowed. I sold it for 80 lakh, lost 10 lakh, gone. No set off, no carry forward, nothing. See? Very, very restricted. Virtual digital asset is also in the property. You gift it to somebody, gift taxation will come. Crazy. TDS on virtual digital asset 194S. Payer any person. Payee resident person. How much? 1% of the consideration. PAN is not furnished, 20%. No mercy. And you see, no TDS in case of specified person where value is less than or less than 50,000 during financial year. Specified person means that same guy. Oh, this is a different person who does not have any income from business or profession or whose turnover or gross receipts from business do not exceed 1 CR. Profession do not exceed 5 lakh. That is a specified person. If Virat Kohli buys and sells, definitely TDS will apply. Any person. So they have done the reverse thing here. Payer, any person. But if you are not a big shot, TDS will not apply if the amount is less than 50,000. If you are not a big shot, but you buy something worth 1 lakh, TDS will come. If you are Virat Kohli, you are buying 20,000 rupees, TDS will come. If you are Virat Kohli, you are buying 5,000 rupees, TDS will not come. See, no TDS if it is less than 10,000 other than specified person. If you are not paying cash but you are exchanging the assets, then you should ensure that the TDS amount is released. You are doing all this on a recognized, on a, what do you say, e-commerce platform. Will 194O come? Will 194S come? Specific section lower at the general section, 194S will come. You are a big buyer, you are buying goods. 194Q will come or 194S will come. If anything has to do with a virtual digital asset, my dear friends, 194S only will come. If virtual digital asset is transferred to a non-resident, then 195 will come. With no loss set off, nothing. Income from salary 1 lakh, income from other sources 50,000, income from BDA 50,000. In this case, income of the individual other than income from transfer of BDA shall be below the basic exemption limit. But on this BDA 50,000, there will be tax. 30% into 50,000, 15,000 rupees. 15,000 rupees. Let's make it 60,000. Change it to 60,000. 18,000 rupees. Plus cess. Why? Because if it is less than 50,000, it will not come anyway. If Mr. X had furnished loss from business, loss of business can be set off against income from other sources. The remaining business loss shall be carried forward to the next year. No loss can be set off against income from transfer of VDA. Nothing can be done. There are certain severity guidelines with respect to 194S. Primary liability is on the buyer. Primary liability is on the buyer. If Mr. PJ, who's a buyer, is to deduct TDS, he is purchasing Bitcoin from Mrs. KG. Then 1% TDS under 194S has to be deducted by the buyer. But this doesn't happen like this normally. It happens through an exchange. Unocoin is an exchange. Step number 1, I give money to the exchange. That money will be transferred to the seller. Seller will give Bitcoin. Bitcoin is transferred to the buyer. So here who should do it? As per CBDT, exchange should do. If you read the CBDT guidelines on your own, you'll quit CA. I took 3 hours to understand that and made these charts. Horrible it is. But anyway, it was like 2 years ago only we understood and we have made these charts. It will be easier for you. Correct? So, very, very simple. 1% who will pay? Unocoin exchange has to pay. Now that is shifted from buyer to Unocoin exchange. Third, where exchange is the owner. Guys, exchange can be the owner also. Exchange can just be a broker. In this case, exchange is the owner. So I am going to pay money and they are giving a Bitcoin for which I am paying money. When I am paying money, should I deduct TDS? Yes. But then Mr. PJ may be confused if VDI is truly owned by Unocoin or somebody else. I don't know. Mr. PJ and Unocoin will enter into an agreement where gross amount is transferred to Unocoin and Unocoin only to pay tax. PJ is not an SC in default. So they say if exchange is the owner, Mr. PJ has to be convinced that exchange is the owner. What if exchange further transfers to somebody else and all that? I don't know. So even though PJ has to deduct TDS, the CBDT has told Unocoin and PJ has to enter into an agreement, sign it, whereby full amount I'll transfer, you please give me the Bitcoin, you deduct the TDS and give me form 26Q saying that you have deducted on my behalf. Imagine, crazy. This is one more thing. But it's gone through exchange also, broker also. Next part. Buyer has given money to the exchange. Exchange has given money to the broker. Broker has given the money to KG. So many people are involved. It happens. And KG has given Bitcoin to broker. Broker has transferred to Unocoin. Unocoin to Mr. PJ. Now the TDS will happen under step number 2 and step number 3. 1% has to be deducted TDS because exchange is given to the broker. Broker is given to the to KG. In this case, he is the buyer. Is the buyer. So there's an agreement now to merge step number 2 and step number 3. Entire money will go to broker and the VDA broker has to deduct the TDS. CBDT guidelines. Why, how and all should not ask. This is the rule. CBDT guidelines. What can you tell? As I told you, it took 3 hours to decode the guideline. They have also given example. We have also written all like this and then made this. Exchange of VDA or transfer in kind general rule. Very simple. If I am a buyer of, right, Dogecoin. It's not dog coin, it is Dogecoin. Doge. I'm a buyer of Dogecoin, seller of Bitcoin. KG is a buyer of Bitcoin, seller of Dogecoin. I'm exchanging it, kind. So both of us have to do tax challan for payment of tax by Mr. PJ, and when I'm receiving the money, tax challan for payment of tax by Ms. KG. Both have to do general rule. General rule both have to do. But it's a problem. Who will sit and track all this? That's why they have given a option to the exchange. So let's say there's a buyer of a coin called Deso coin and a seller of Monero coin. Both are not easily traded in the market and it's not available in the market like that. The most available one is Dogecoin and Bitcoin and Ethereum. 3 things. Ethereum, Dogecoin, Bitcoin is available. Peso and Monero, etc., very rare. So whatever it is, I will transfer to the exchange. Exchange will transfer to the buyer, and then exchange. They are also, she's also the seller. She will transfer this to me, and ultimately I will get. There ends the matter. But I don't have to pay TDS. KG doesn't have to pay TDS. That is a general rule, but government understands it's a problem. So the responsibility is now shifted to Unocoin exchange. Unocoin exchange, the TDS amount, they will get it converted to Ethereum. Ethereum is easily traded and recognized in the Indian market. Ethereum is converted to INR and then remitted to the central government. The entire thing has been shifted to whom? To Unocoin. This is the general rule, but this is the practicality. That's about it. Taxation of virtual digital asset. So, some miscellaneous provisions quickly we'll study, then you can read it later. So, that is done. The similar provisions are also there for TCS, which you can read later. So, any sum payable to government, RBI or certain corporations, there is no TDS which is payable, and no TDS in certain cases, whereby the entire income, if it does not exceed the basic exemption limit of 3 lakh, means you are getting some 2 lakh rupees from for some professional services. Should you deduct 10%? No, because your entire income is only 3 lakh. So regarding that, you have to give a declaration, right? And if you are a individual aged 60 years or more, irrespective of the gross amount that you are paying, no TDS will be deducted if you furnish a declaration that the tax on your estimated income will be nil. And if you want your tax to be deducted at a lower rate, you have to apply to the income tax department, and they will give you a certificate. So if you see 197, the AO may, on an application made by SSE, furnish a certificate for deduction at a tax at a lower rate or for non-deduction of tax. So you have to make an application in form number 13 and they will do the needful. So no TDS under these sections if payee other than company or LLP has furnished a declaration that the tax will be nil. Only these sections, 192A, 193, 194D, that is commission, 194DA, 194I and K. For other things, you need to again go to a separate declaration under 197. So ultimately, these are the options available to you where you can get a lesser TDS rate. Then, whenever I used to, if any income tax which I paid outside India, guys, I will pay income tax in India also. I will pay income tax outside India also. Because of the double tax avoidance agreement, I can take a credit of that in India. So if my income in India is 50 lakh, income outside India is 20 lakh, I will pay tax on this 20 lakh. Let's say for example, I'll pay 2 lakh tax. Right? So what people were doing, they were taking the income 50 plus 20, right? 70 lakh, and then computing the tax. And this TDS credit, sometimes I used to take, sometimes I was not taking. Right? And this amount, what I was doing was 20 was the income there, 2 lakh was what? Tax paid. What was the amount totally? 18 lakh. Income. So when I was computing my tax in India, I was showing 50 plus 18, which is wrong. I should take this 2 also, no? I should take this 2, make it 20, 50 plus 70, do the taxes, then subtract the credit. I was not doing that only. I was taking 50 plus 18. Wrong. So an amendment has come in Finance Act 24. In respect of which, if I've got a credit against the tax payable, it will also be deemed to be the income. Don't do 50 plus 18, do 50 plus 20. Means that extra 2 lakh is deemed to be income is what they're saying. Make sense? Make sense? Yes, and whenever the tax is deducted, I will be getting a credit, obviously, in form number 26 AS. Benefit will be given, correct details. That is a normal point. And when should I file, guys? For first 11 months, April to February, I should file it by 7th of next month. And only for March, I should file between 30th of April. Whereas quarter ended, June, September, December, March. For these quarters, I have to file a quarterly return, 31st July, 31st October, 31st January, and for March 31st, 31st May of the financial year, I have to do it. And if there's any defective return, I need to rectify it within 15 days. And I should file something called as a correction statement. Earlier, correction statement timeline was not given. Now they have given timeline for correction statement. 6 years from the end of the financial year in which the statement is required to be delivered. So for previous year 24-25, end of the financial year is 31st March 25 plus 6 years time I will get 31st March 31. Earlier there was no time limit for when I can go for correction. Now they have given this timeline. I can revise it multiple times, no problem, but I should do it within 6 years. Then the TDS return will be processed. Any arithmetical errors, incorrect claim, all that will be taken into account. And the processing of returns can be with normal person and also for deductor and other people also. That is, for example, 26 QF, that is VDA. VDA, etc. Deductor is me, but then who is deducting? That coin is deducting, no? So that's why basically it's just a clarificatory amendment. Everyone can do the correction statement and everyone will be processing of returns will be for all the returns filed by everybody and not just the deductor. Now this is interesting. If you don't file the TDS, you will be called as an SSE in default. And we have seen in 40 small a 1a and 40 small a 2 and all those things, 40 small a 1 and 1a, you will not be called as SSE in default if you ask the other person. Like for example, I'm supposed to deduct. VKK is paying me 1 lakh and they forgot to deduct TDS. Now they'll be called as SSE in default. But they can come to me and say, sir, have you taken that 1 lakh in your income? Yes, sir. Have you furnished the return of income? Yes, sir. Can you please give me the challan tax paid? Yes, sir. Then they will not be called as SC in default. Correct? And this order saying that I am SSE in default, etc., can be filed when? Same, 6 years. Correction statement also can be given for 6 years, right? Here also they have given 6 years. Or 2 years from the end of the financial year in which correction statement is delivered, whichever is later. So, correction statements can be done up to 6 years. So, whenever the correction statement is made within 2 years. So, within plus 2 years, you can deliver the SSE in default order. It is either within 6 years or 2 years from the what? end of the financial year in which correction statement is delivered, whichever is later. Whenever you receive the payment within that 6 years or 2 years from the end of correction statement, whichever is later. So there is an option for you to give correction statement also. Then there is interest on default. How much is the interest, guys? Failure to deduct tax is 1% per month. Failure to pay tax is 1.5% per month or part thereof. Failure to deduct tax is what? You have 1 lakh minus 10,000 you should have done. Full 1 lakh you have transferred to me. Failure to deduct tax. Failure to pay tax is what? You have deducted 10,000 but you have the audacity to keep it within yourself. You have not paid. That is 1.5% per month. So SSC deducts tax on, so TDS was required to be deducted on 10/10/22, to be remitted on 7/11/22. They deduct tax on 20/10/22 but pays only on 31/12/22. So here it will be charged from the date of deduction till the date of actual payment. From 10/10/22 to 31/12/22 at 1.5%. 10/10/22 to 10/11/22 1 month. 10/11/22 to 10/12/22 2 months. 10/12/22 to 31/12/22 part of the month is 1 more month. So 3 months. Failure to pay and failure to deduct 1%, 1.5%. Then the other two examples are there. This is a summary. Then you will get the certificate 26 QB and all those things. This and all they'll not ask, guys. You can just go through this. So if VKK fails to deduct TDS and gives me the money, will they be called as SC in default or will I be called SC in default? They will be called SC in default. Can income tax department send me a notice asking me to pay TDS? No. I will say, sir, that's not my problem. I will pay my self-assessment tax whenever I want. I'll pay my advance tax. You can't demand me to deduct TDS. That is VKK's job, not my job. That is this bar against direct demand on SSC. And in everything, I have to give my TAN. PAN number, always have to keep on mentioning the PAN wherever I go. Otherwise, 20%. Exception I saw, lottery. And also exceptions in 194, O and Q. Instead of 20% is 5%. I already showed you. Third point, please delete. It's wrong. Page number X36, third point, delete. It is no longer there, guys. This is for mandatory requirement to furnish the PAN. TDS for non-filer of ITR. If you don't file your income tax return, then also you will have to pay how much? Twice the rate specified, twice the rate in force, or 5%, whichever is higher. Here it is 20%. If you don't furnish the PAN, here it is 5%. That's about it. So that's about TDS. Now let's move on to TCS. TCS also is very, very interesting and very, very important. So we need to study TCS as well, my dear friends. Great. All of you finished. Tax collection at source 206C. Tax collection at source 206C. So what does it see? Let's check it out. So we'll finish the entire thing, then you can go through. TCS means collection of tax at source by the seller. So guys, TCS is like more like GST. So in TDS, what happens? The buyer, when he has to pay, he will deduct the tax. If it is 1 lakh, he will deduct the tax of 10,000 and pay 90K. In TCS, reverse happens. The seller, buyer has to give the seller 1 lakh. The seller, when he's raising the bill, he will add TCS 10,000. I'm just giving an example. Make it 1 lakh 10,000. He will add TCS. And then he will collect it from the buyer. Collection. That is tax collected at source. It's more like GST actually. Correct? So the predominant reason of TCS is to track in the specific circumstances what people are doing. That is merely a tracking mechanism. Hence, it is now given only for things like alcoholic liquor, minerals, buying a luxury car, mining, operating a parking lot, remittance outside India, any tour, overseas tour program package. So for these things, we have something called as, we have the TCS, right? We have the TCS. One by one. So this is the entire structure. So TDS and TCS, 100% questions are guaranteed. Correct? You will definitely get questions on this TDS and TCS. No doubt about it. So check it out. Let's see. 2061, 2061C, 2061F, 2061G, 2061H. So specified goods at which TCS is applicable at specified rates. So buyer will obtain the specified goods under this section, any sale or buy of auction. So who are these people? Buyer will not include these people. Buyer will be any buyer except these people for 2061. Public sector company, central government, embassy, consulate, club, and any buyer who is buying retail purchase of retail sale of goods and used only for personal consumption. 206C1 talks about alcohol. So if you buy alcohol for personal consumption, you don't have to pay TCS. So if you go to a bar and pick one glass of Old Monk, do you have to give 206C1? No. So this is the buyer. Seller. Seller means what? Central government, state government, local authority, corporation. So it's here it is means. Here it is exhaustive. Seller means CG or SG, local authority, corporation established in a central, state or provincial act, any company, firm or cooperative society. Then you see any seller means big seller also. Any individual or HF whose turnover or grosses exceed 1 crore business. Same like TDS, that was big buyer. Here we are talking about big seller. Big seller is also included. Normal buyers who are just buying for personal consumption, no. Seller is Virat Kohli type seller. Got it? So tax will be collected. Tax shall be collected by the seller either at the time of debiting. See there it is crediting the amount or receipt or payment. Sorry, crediting the amount or payment whichever is earlier. Here it is what? Debiting the amount or receipt whichever is earlier. There it is crediting the amount or payment whichever is earlier. Here it is debiting the account or receipt whichever is earlier. So these buyer and seller you just need to go through. Nature of goods, guys. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. 1% if pan furnished, pan not furnished 5%. Not for personal consumption, for human consumption in a large scale. Hotel is buying alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Yes, they have to do. Factory is buying alcoholic liquor for industrial consumption. No TCS. Tendu leaves. This is the leaves where you do the BD. You would have had BD, no? In Mangalore, there is this place, no? In near the Deepa Comforts Hotel. What is that? PVS. What is that? I forgot the name. That is also BD place only, no? That there was this factory. Forgot the name, guys. PVS Junction. Everywhere I used to stop the bus there only. Once upon a time when I was coming to Mangalore a long time, some junction there near Hotel Deepa Comforts, near Pabbas. What junction is that? Right. So TBS junction. I don't know. But that is also BD place. If you remember. Right? Yes. So Tendu leaves. Tendu leaves. BD factory it was once upon a time. So if pan is furnished, then 5%. Otherwise 10%. So you have to remember these things. 1%, 5%, 2.5, 1 and 1. You have to remember the rates unfortunately guys. So alcoholic liquor for human consumption 1%. If pan is not furnished, then 5%. Tendu leaves 5%. If pan is not furnished, 10%. Timber obtained under a forest lease or by any other mode, 2.5%. If pan is not furnished, double 5%. Scrap 1%. Minerals being coal or lignite 1%. If you don't furnish, then 5%, 5 times. So if you don't furnish the pan, rate of TCS shall be twice the rate prescribed under 206 CC, rate of 5%, whichever is higher. Whichever is higher. So there in TDS it was 20%. Here it is 5%. Because the rates are only 1, 1.5, 0.1 like that. (206C) 1C. This is for parking lot toll plaza. You are in the business of parking lot. The contractor is parking lot license. You are running the parking lot of a mall. So then when I'm making payment to you, I will collect TCS from you, 2%. Toll plaza also 2%. Then mining and quarrying. Quarrying happens outside. Mining happens inside the land. Underground, it's mining. Quarrying, you would have seen, no? Your limestone, your granite quarrying. It will be like hills everywhere. And they will carve open the hills. That is called quarrying. Mineral oil and petroleum oil quarrying will not come. Because then a lot of people are involved in mineral oil and petroleum, natural gas quarrying and mining. So that is not covered, guys. And your other mineral oils are anyway covered here. Minerals being coal or lignite or iron ore is already covered here. That's why here it's not covered. Other things 2%. TCS on motor vehicles. Interesting. If you purchase a motor vehicle can be a car, it can be a bike also. Motor vehicle is not four-wheeled. It can be anything. Anything above 10 lakh rupees. 1% of sale consideration at the time of receipt. Buyer will not include these people, same as before. 10 lakh rupees. So guys, if a luxury motors retailer, dealer is selling 80 lakhs BMW car or Mercedes car to Mr. PJ, the retailer will collect 1% extra. So it will be 80 lakhs plus interesting point GST they will charge. Let's say 10 lakhs as an example I'm giving. 90 lakhs. Then TCS will be 1%. 1% will be on 80 lakh or 1% will be on 90 lakh. Very, very important to know. TCS will be on GST value also important. Till now we have told TDS and all GST will not be taken into account for TDS. But for TCS, my dear friends, especially on this motor vehicle and all those things or anything for that matter, it will be after GST. It will be after GST. $80 plus 10, 90. TCS at 1%. Will I get credit for this TCS later? Yes, definitely will get credit. Why not? But unfortunately, you pay 1% on 90 lakh you have to pay. Then they asked one more question. Sir, similarly, Mercedes manufacturer is also giving 400 crore worth to the luxury motor retailer, sir. Mercedes manufacturer also is selling goods worth 400 crore to the luxury motor retailer, sir. It is more than 10 lakhs. Should he collect TCS? CVDT said no. Actually, yes, it will come, but CVDT said no. TCS is applicable on any sale of motor vehicle more than 10 lakh, whether it's ordinary or luxury, doesn't matter. Then they asked a question, sir, if I buy 7 lakh vehicle in April, 6 lakh rupees vehicle in some other month, will TCS apply? They said no, it should be per car. So in April I buy 7 lakh, August I buy same brand 6 lakh, or other same company, different car I bought, different brand, different model rather. Yes, TCS will not come. Then they asked one more doubt. Sir, you are saying it should be more than 10 lakh. I bought a 80 lakh car. Okay. Sir, first payment I made 5 lakh. Second payment I made 10 lakh. Third payment I made 20 lakh. Fourth payment I made 6 lakh. For every item, should I take TCS? Answer is yes again. TCS is applicable on each sale of motor vehicle and not on aggregate value of sale during the year. Not this, but each sale. In each sale also, if I give installment, every installment TCS has to be paid. All MCQ questions, guys. All MCQ questions. On 1/1/2025, there has been an amendment. Government wants to add, apart from motor vehicle, something extra. What extra, we don't know. But they want to add something extra over and above this motor vehicle. So they have inserted one line here. Motor vehicle, other goods as notified. What other goods? Not yet notified as of now. But still it's there. Tomorrow they can add whatever they want. Right? Next. 206C1G. This is remittance outside India of the overseas tour program package. Two things here. One is I go to Western Union money transfer, or I will go to ICICI Bank and say I'm going abroad, please give me US dollars. Guys, as per the Reserve Bank of India, there is something called as the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, LRS. In the early 2000 only it was launched. Liberalized Remittance Scheme. Under Liberalized Remittance Scheme, you can withdraw for both capital account transaction like buying a house abroad or current account transaction just for traveling. You can withdraw $250,000. No questions asked, per annum per person. Per annum per person. It's like 2 crores you can withdraw. No questions will be asked. 2 crores you can withdraw, no questions asked. If it is more than 2.5 lakh dollars, then you have to take RBI permission. It could be used for education, medical treatment, whatever, no problem. So if you are an authorized dealer who received amount for remittance from a buyer under the liberalized remittance scheme, I have to give him money now. And I'm giving him money, any money, there is some amount. You are responsible to collect tax from the buyer. Sir, I'm just taking $2 lakh. I'm just taking $10,000. Should I still collect TCS or should I still pay TCS? Answer is yes. How much we will see now. Next part, I will not go to the authorized dealer. I will go to the overseas tour program package seller. There are many tour agencies, Chariot Tours, Kesari Tours, SOTC, Thomas Cook. I think Thomas Cook got closed down now. Right? I can go to them and I can say, I want to go to Europe, full trip. You tell me how much it is. He'll sell package tours, sir, 8 lakh rupees per person. Okay. Will he collect TCS? Answer is yes. This is just for me to know where all you have traveled and how you have so much money to spend. That is seller of overseas tour program package. Your return of income, you're showing 8 lakhs as income, but you have actually paid 10 lakhs to go for a trip abroad. One of my clients in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar actually, got a notice like this only recently, saying you're showing 9 to 10 lakhs in your account, but you have gone to Belarus, Europe, some 4 5 countries in Europe, and also Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles. In the last 2 years, you have gone all where and you have paid this much TCS. How is it possible that you are only showing 8 lakhs? Gone. After that, they became my client. Right? So, yes, they are sending notice. They'll know everything. Everything, your entire history, geography will be there in your AIS, annual information statement, 26 AIS, everything will be there. So, being a seller of overseas tour program package, yes, that is one part. Other part is you are going on your own or you are going for education, medical treatment, then you go to authorized dealer. Otherwise, you will come to the overseas tour program package. This is any sum from the buyer for the purchase of such packages responsible for collect the tax from such buyer. How much, guys? Important. This has been amended. This is the amended version. Authorized dealer, guys, up to 7 lakh, no TCS. Up to 7 lakh is some $8,000, that's all. You can withdraw 2.5 lakh dollars, but only $8,000 if you withdraw, no TCS. $9,000 if you are withdrawing, TCS will be there, exceeding 7 lakh. If I am going for beyond 7 lakh, they'll ask you, is it medical treatment? Is it education? Or is it trip? If it is education also, I'll ask you the next question. Have you taken an education loan or self-funded? If you say, sir, I'm withdrawing more than 7 lakh for medical treatment, TCS will be definitely charged, but at 5%. If you are going out for education, that's why you need more than 7 lakh, they'll ask you, have you taken a loan before for this education? Yes, sir. Since you are paying interest on the loan also, I'll not burden you with TCS. You will have to pay 0.5% TCS on any amount exceeding 7 lakh. Self-funded, sir, then pay 5%, no mercy. Sir, I'm going for trip. Oh, trip you are going. More than 7 lakh you are paying for trip. Pay 20% TCS. 20% TCS. So, remittance is for the purpose of education or medical treatment. Understood? Yes. Now, sir, what if I give for medical 3 lakh, education 3 lakh, trip 4 lakh? Should I add everything? Yes, it is adding everything only. Next, one more question will come. Sir, is it adding everything per authorized dealer or adding everything for all authorized dealers? Obviously, it is for SSE, no? I can withdraw 5 lakh. What they were doing? Withdrawing 5 lakh from Western Union Money Transfer, withdrawing 5 lakh from ICICI, withdrawing 5 lakh from HDFC. They said, no, boss. You are exceeding now 15 lakhs you have made already. And to everybody you are telling it's only 555. So that's why each authorized money dealer should obtain a declaration saying that this is the only place where you are taken from. They will be protected tomorrow. They'll take a sign, signature they'll take. Otherwise they'll not go ahead only with it. Yes, they will take a signature, my dear friends. Understood? They will take a signature. So if remittance is for the purpose of education or medical treatment, 5%. In excess of 7 lakh. That 7 lakh should be taken all put together. It's not education 7 lakh, medical 7 lakh, and that 7 lakh should be taken for all the authorized dealers put together. I hope you understood that. Overseas tour program package also same. Up to 7 lakh, 5%. Up to 7 lakh, it's not nil here. Up to 7 lakh, 5% here. More than 7 lakh, 20%. Hope you understood. Otherwise, double or 5% it is. Whichever is higher. So guys, it used to happen that non-furnishing of PAN exceeding 7 lakh, PAN you didn't furnish, 40% I was charging. Double of 20 is how much? 40. So they came out with a rule on 1723, higher rate, maximum rate you can charge is 20%. Now will this $250,000 include swiping the credit card also? Authorized dealer, I go abroad and swipe my credit card and get some cash. Will TCS come on that also? Guys, it's very difficult for banks when you're swiping the card, they should figure out that it is 7 lakh you have taken already before and now you're taking extra. Who will they know? So obviously it is a no. As of now, no. And threshold is per remitter and combined threshold is what you should see. And whenever I say medical treatment, it will include purchase of tickets, medical expense, day-to-day expenses, everything. These things can be deleted, no need to study. Education also, it means purchase of tickets, tuition fee and his accommodation, day-to-day expenses, operational expenses. This also you can just go through, that's all. It will include food, accommodation, one time you go through. Whenever I say overseas tour program package, it should have 2 out of the 3 items. They should provide you ticket and accommodation, ticket and other expenditure, or accommodation other 2 out of 3 if it is there, then it is called as overseas tour program package. Got it? (206C1H). 206C1H. Check this out, guys. 206C1H is for, guys, we would have seen 194Q. Just remember this 194Q. This was for big buyer. Same copy paste, almost no change. Same copy paste. But instead of big buyer, we have big seller here. Big seller. Big seller. Check. Seller to collect TDS. Seller is resident, non-resident. Here for him, gross assets or turnover from business is more than 10 crore in the immediately preceding previous year. Big seller. Collect TCS, seller, resident, non-resident, exporter of goods is not covered. Seller is selling goods or services. Services are not covered, only goods. Value more than 50 lakh. There also 50 lakh. There it was big buyer. Here it is big seller. For 194Q, you should read both and understand. 194Q, it was turnover of gross assets more than 10 crore in the immediately preceding year. Here also for the seller, it is more than 10 crore in the immediately preceding financial year. Value more than 50 lakh. Same. Here it is big seller. Buyer is not an importer, seller is not an exporter. Buyer cannot be central government, state government. Buyer cannot be local authority. Normal buyer. Buyer can be resident, non-resident. Seller can be resident, non-resident. Here, buyer can be resident, non-resident. Seller has to be resident only. That one more change here. Seller can also be resident or non-resident. Doesn't matter. TCS says 0.1% of sale consideration more than 50 lakh. Same. Same. 206C, 1H. Now there is a doubt. In this motor vehicle, I asked you one question. Luxury motors, Mercedes manufacturer is selling to luxury motor retailer. I told you 2060 1F will not come even if it is selling more than 10 lakh rupees car, obviously. But one more interesting thing will come. Isn't he a big seller? Yes, when big seller is there, won't TCS under this section get attracted, was the question. TCS under 2060 1H, won't it get attracted? Issue was raised and they said yes. Mercedes manufacturer giving it to luxury motors retailer. Luxury motors retailer giving it to Mr. PJ. When luxury motors retailers is selling it to Mr. PJ, TCS under 206C 1F will come. Here TCS under 206C 1F will not come, but TCS under 206C 1H will come. Big seller case. Big seller case. On the other hand, if the luxury motors retailer, the dealer is directly selling it to PJ. For PJ 206C 1F only will come, 1H will not come. And I give you one more example. 206C 1F should be for car value more than 10 lakh. For car value more than 10 lakh. So every month, April, May, June, July, August, 9 lakh cars I bought. Will 2060 1F come? No, because car value is not more than 10 lakh. But will 2060 1H come? Yes, if the amount crosses 50 lakh rupees, big seller anyway, 2060 1H will come. I hope you understood. 2060 1H will come, not 1F. If there is any sales return and I exchange the goods, then there is no adjustment of TCS. But even if there is a discount, etc., nothing can be done. But if there is a proper return, which I cannot, do it later, if that be the case, I'll have to do some adjustments. It will anyway be adjusted in the future thing. But it's always done on the sale consideration, right? So TCS, will there be any refund of TCS? No. I'll tell, sir, I've already paid, sir. You please take I bought a car, I didn't like, I'm giving back the car. Will I get TCS refund? No, I can claim it in the return. Let's say Indian Oil Corporation is supplying fuel to Jet Airways, is supplying fuel to Qatar Airways when they land in India. Am I a big seller? Yes. For the fuel, is it good? Yes. Will TCS come? CBDT said no. Then the miscellaneous provisions will come similar to TDS, no change only. No change. Same provisions, no change. Only with filing here and there, little bit different, but apart from that, everything is the same. Then there are summary of all the changes that have happened in Finance Act 24. So last part we will do. Last part, listen to me, very important. Cross application of 194O, 194Q, 206C1H. 194O is what? 194O is what? E-commerce. 194Q is what? Big buyer. 206C1H is what? Big seller. Hear me out. This also CVDT clarification. I also took 2 hours to understand it and make these charts. Study this and go. Anything if it comes also, will be in a better position to answer. And then when you are reading it, you will obviously find it very simple. Do not worry. Check it out. Seller is selling 2 crore on an e-commerce operator, hosting it. E-commerce operator is now giving 2 crore to the buyer. 50 lakhs was the share assumed. So Flipkart, when they were giving back to the seller, they deducted 50 lakhs and gave 1.5 crore. Net of TDS and all those things and commission. Net of TDS also. TDS had to deduct, no? TDS will be deducted on 2 crore. So 194O will come. Flipkart will deduct TDS at 1% on 2 crore. 194Q, will 194Q come? Big seller. Sorry, big buyer. Big buyer, will it come? No. Because 194O applies. They are trying to tell when specific section with e-commerce 194 applies, 194Q will not apply even though if you are a big buyer. 194O will prevail over 194Q since 194O rate is higher. Even if both now have become 0.1% also, 194O only will come, very clearly given as per CBDT. Will 206C1H come? Big seller. This fellow is a big seller. E-commerce operator will be a big seller. Will 206C1H come? No. Since TDS is already deducted, TCS will not come. That's a general rule. If TDS is already deducted, TCS will not come. But seller now has already collected TCS of Flipkart. He is a big seller. So when he is selling, in his invoice, he has already collected TCS also. Even if TCS is already collected by the seller, e-commerce operator is still liable to deduct TDS under 194O. That is this point. In spite of the above, if the seller collects TCS of Flipkart under section 206C1H, then also Flipkart is still liable to deduct TDS under 194O at 1% on 2 crore. Guys, all these clarifications going forward will be invalid because in the year 2025, in the Finance Act 2025, Nirmala madam understood that this is getting too much. So she removed many things. What she removed and all, don't discuss. I don't want to tell. But I can just say that these MCQs based on this chart that I have prepared will only come in the next couple of attempts. So this is important. So what is the first rule? Wherever 194O comes, 194Q will not come. 194O will prevail over 194Q. Second, wherever TDS is deducted, TCS need not be collected. But if you go ahead and collect TCS, still TDS has to be followed, which means TDS is greater than TCS. Case number 1. I hope you got it. When you read again, you will understand, don't worry. If you still don't understand, I am here. Case number 2. Here 194O is not there. It's not an e-commerce sale. Seller is selling 2 crore worth goods to buyer. Right? In this case, you are a big seller also, big buyer also, deadly. Seller, buyer. Buyer has to deduct TDS under 194Q. Seller will collect TCS under 206C1H. What to follow, we don't know. As already discussed, if section 144Q applies, TDS applies, TCS will not apply. But if you open 194Q, there is a mistake in the law. In 194Q, they say 206C1H does not override 194Q. What's the general law? Whenever there is TDS deducted, TCS need not be collected. But they have created one stupid confusion in the section 194Q, where they say 206C1H will not override 194Q. Confusion is created. So will that override this override that? I don't know. CBDT has clarified that if TCS has already applied, then TDS will not apply. I repeat, general rule, whenever TDS comes, TCS will not come. We know. But unfortunately, in 206C, in 194Q, there is a confusion which says when TCS applies 206C1H, TDS need not be followed. Ulta they have given. In the section only they have given ulta, unfortunately. Mistake. Now CBDT cannot tell that's a mistake. CBDT has to follow the law. So only for this special case when there is a big buyer and big seller, CBDT is telling if TCS has already been collected, then no need of TDS. They have reversed the general rule. What is the general rule? Whenever TDS is collected, TCS need not be collected. But reversal of general rule has happened when there is a big buyer and big seller. Because unfortunately there is a mistake in law which says 206C1H, TCS will not override TDS. So CBDT has to agree to that, unfortunately. They should say, okay, if TCS have already done first, then TDS shall not apply. Hope you got it. Chart number 3. Seller is selling to buyer 2 crore. It can be liquor, toll plaza, motor vehicle, foreign tour package. 194 will anyway not come here. $194Q for big buyer will not come if TCS has been collected. This is also an exception to the general rule. General rule is what? Whenever TDS is collected, TCS need not be collected. But here in this they are telling if TCS has already been collected first, then TDS need not be done. 206C1H also will not apply because if TCS is collected under other sections, these are all other sections, no? 1C, 1F, 1G. So 206C, 1H will not come. In one of this, if he is a big seller, he need not collect TCS. For example, I am a big seller selling alcoholic liquor to big buyer. Big seller selling alcoholic liquor to big buyer. I have already collected TCS under 206C1. Why should I collect again under 206C1H? 2 times TCS not needed. Similarly, big buyer, should you deduct TDS? No, because TCS is already done. Then when any auction happens, everything I'll put it in the auction website. Is it an e-commerce operator? No. They are not e-commerce operator. They are just handling the auction and paying you some commission. So for them 194H will apply, not 194O. State government department, central government department, etc., they are not considered sellers. So for them 194Q will not come. But if it is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, a public sector undertaking, for them 194Q will apply. Important to know. For government company, 194Q will come. For government, it will not come. For government company, it will come. They'll simply say, X government company did this, TCS will not apply for government. No. It will not apply for government. It will apply for government company. One foreigner comes to India and withdraws some cash. I mean, he will do certain things. He will buy an overseas tour program package. He's coming for the first time in India, visiting India. Will you deduct TCS for him? No. And for power generation and all, TCS will not apply. That's all, guys. So this completes TDS and TCS. Very, very simple.